Miyaza tsene maatsigek. Miyawaje menaguk umaga bizaye gugmakanak. Unasronag egminak jihak. Ikog skadsage. Kinak benawagesek. Uma tsibida msiak. Ktiegun hogaujan mujgadek. Weskazgagi nakumiduagu banen ktiamanaga gumina ugumaun. Amiwe kijan mujgek. Wege umaga mauchi da kwega bugnaga. Mi jenemachi Chenabakidamak Wagamachi Donan. I just want to say, first of all, welcome to our leadership. Everyone that's here, council members, our elders, youth, women, and there may be some listening online as well. So we want to welcome those that are participating through video. So we will begin our opening ceremonies this morning to open this very important gathering that we are having here this week. So we'll have a drum song by Aaron, who is just right now cleansing the sacred items. Mahoige Kenny Aaron, Nakama as a good stage, Bemawichi Wak, when Q Garo Damak. So after Aaron, that's the smudge ceremony and the drum song. We will have an opening prayer by one of our elders, Barney Batiste. I know I noticed that Chief Munias has left the room. There's some people that I know that are allergic to sage and some of the medicines. So we'll ask them to come back once we conclude the ceremony. And after we do the opening, we will need to, or the leadership will need to pass a motion to formally adopt the co-chairs, and we have two individuals that have volunteered to help facilitate our discussions here this week. That's Adam Fiddler, and he will be assisted by youth co-chair Ramon Karakwabit, and they are here up front. So we will need to pass a motion to adopt Adam and Ramon as co-chairs. So once we do that, then they will formally open up the meeting with the rest of what's on the agenda, the rules and procedures, and the draft agenda for you to review and adopt, just to ensure that we start off in a good way. So that's what will happen this morning. Nikendan Mawaj machine as I went hako gitan simana kwega kabugnaga kwega namatse kwe 2025 migane jabaksan bian mando jiwi kanon mats higanon kinijasanan kidebenzgon nan wa megot semauti dek waga bugnaga Egananda tuji sewach humamegats Eric. So at this time I'll turn over to Aaron for the opening drum song.
Bonjour, Shinabe. You didn't learn Mahal, no? Well, sure. nigamoan nungunkawe habjito. Pane gnunta naoto en sama muya en sa ma mu tagazichin shinabe. I just want to share this song before I sing it so you know what it means and the story behind this song. And you always hear this song at the powwow or any gathering. And it's the second song they sing. But as a singer for many years, there's a reason why they sing these songs the way they do. And this is the flag song. And it is a song not to honor our Canadian and American flag, but to honor our flag, the Anishinaabe flag, which is the eagle staff, and all your feathers. And the words to that song is, Mi gona sha'unche bazikuya, o kitakimenan. And what they're saying in that ceremony is we're honoring our feathers because that is why I get up to be here. Because of the feathers our Creator gave us to bring us together as a Anishinaabe. And that's the teaching, and that's the song you're going to hear. And most of you have young drum groups at your reserves, so might want to tape this song and teach those kids. It needs to be sung more in our language so we can understand it better. Naha amigos, ni noa inem kigabo ndigo makundu tem nakke imzioi gi noen migo منتوه بني سيكا بنك شكاغو ميغاتش
You might remain seated. It's good. You can sit down. That was a good song, I think, to open our meeting. And when they do a drumming like that, it gives us a chance to reflect on ourselves and why we're here and the reasons behind our very being. And so I think it's wise to tell you again the message that I always bring in our own language, and that is, watch you don't lose the way you were taught. You keep that well. The Creator gave you that. And then whatever you're going to make, build it right. And you folks, some of you who heard me speak before will know that when I lived in the bush for a while with my parents, we lived in a tent, and my dad would say, build that right. Because anybody that knows that lived in a tent for a while would know that if you don't build it right, sometimes it will leak, and it's just not right. And so building it right. And so my dad would say to us and to my older brothers and sisters, we have to live in there. And if we don't build it right, we'll all suffer. We'll all suffer. And so when we think about our gathering here today, about treaty gathering, about looking after ourselves, then we can say, this is a bigger tent. And we have to build it right, structurally. It has to be right as we can get it. The reason being, we all have to live in it. I was reading the Treaty 9 paper that you gave to us there this morning, that little booklet, and it really makes you wonder about building it right. We've been led down this garden path for quite a little while, and we're trying to correct some of the things that have been happening to us. And so we think about that, about building it right, to try to make it right, to correct it. It's never too late. But what it requires is for us to work together, to be as one. And so then as we start our day, we thank the Creator for giving us this day. It is another opportunity for us to exercise the gifts that you've given us. And we will use them to the best of our ability. We will treat each other with kindness and generosity. We will speak to each other in the same manner. We will put our minds together to see what future that we can build for the people that we serve. We also ask the Creator to be kind to those folks who might be suffering today, those that might be sick or shut in. So we ask the Creator to look after those folks. And we ask the Creator to look after those that might have lost a loved one. It's always so difficult for those people. And so we ask the Creator to give them some peace and solace in their time of need. And for us, as we sit around in this circle to see what future that we can build for the people that we're serving, we ask the Creator to look over our right shoulder and give us the courage, the wisdom, and the knowledge to be able to make good and kind decisions, and sometimes harsh decisions, so that things might be better for the people. And so now we might start our meeting, and again in a good way, and we treat each other again with generosity and kindness. We listen to each other, and we put things together to make things as good as we can. We understand that the Creator is the only one that can make anything perfect, but we will do our best to build this right for the people that we serve. And so now we might start our meeting in this sacred circle and try to do our very best under the eyes of the Creator to be able to serve the people serve our people. So miigwech, miigwech, and miigwech. Oh, we must start our meeting.
Miigwech, Aaron, Agmina Barney, Kagini Omeg, Agmina Agim Sieg. So that's part of our opening for this gathering that we will have here this week. We are just, I think, 1 or 2 delegates short of a quorum. So we cannot formally adopt the co-chairs, but I think we are expecting more delegates, more chiefs to come in this morning. And at that time, when we have a quorum, we will come back to pass the formal motion to adopt the 2 co-chairs. But at this time, I will just hand it over to Adam and Ramon to begin these proceedings. They have to walk through the rules and procedures and then the agenda for you to consider and adopt as part of that opening. So when we have a few more delegates, we'll come back to the actual motion to adopt Adam and Ramon. But at this time, I'll turn it over to them. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. Good morning, chiefs, delegates, proxies. It's good to see everybody. Happy New Year. I keep saying Happy New Year. It's February already. It feels like New Year's Eve was just yesterday. But things have been going fast. So it's good to see everybody. As Grand Chief indicated, we don't have quorum. So we will defer the procedural motions until we do have quorum. Should be very shortly. But what we'll need is the motions to adopt the co-chairs, the chair and the youth co-chair. Also the rules of procedure and then the agenda. But just some housekeeping points before we get started. Just a reminder, the technicians have set up the microphones. You'll probably see there's a headset there as well. So we do have simultaneous translation. We have the Mashkigo translation as well as the Anishinaabe translation. So just put the headset on if you need to listen to the translation. I think channel 1 is the Mashkigo translation. Channel 2 is the Anishinaabe translation. So you can control that right at your microphone. If anybody else needs a headset, they're available in the back, so you can go grab a headset. Also, just to let you know, the way the microphones are set up, we can only have 1 or 2 microphones turned on at once. So after you speak, just to turn off your microphone, and then the next person will be able to hear them. Also, just a reminder, we have our note takers here, taking notes, recording everything. So even though we all know each other, just for the record, if you can introduce yourself and which First Nation you represent before you speak, just so that we can acknowledge you and acknowledge you on the record. I think that's it for technical sort of housekeeping. But again, it's good to be here. I will go through the agenda. I have some comments on this very important discussion, Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty, but I'm going to turn it over to our youth co-chair. I was saying to him, Grand Chief was up here and he said that Adam and Ramon volunteered to co-chair. I said to Ramon, did you volunteer? I think we were voluntold. So, but Ramon has graciously accepted. He will be our youth co-chair.
Miigwech, Adam. I was actually offered a $5 honorarium to be here, so. But Wache, Ramon Karakwapit, Disney Arwska, Doshin, Mikaso Totem. Hello, I'm Ramon Karakwapit. I'm from Matawabska and I'm Eagle Clan. And I'm a youth council member for Anishinaabe Nation. And I am pleased to not formally be adopted yet, but I will be your co-chair. See, that's a confirmation. And yeah, it's nice to see you guys again and glad to be here. I think I'll keep it short. Miigwech.
Amigos, Ramon. So it's good to work with Ramon. I've worked with him as the youth co-chair at a number of assemblies. So we have the agenda before you. What we are going to do, again, we won't do the procedural motions, but it's important to go through the agenda. So we will have that discussion. We'll go through the agenda. If you have any comments or discussion or questions on the agenda, we'll have that discussion now. And then we will proceed based on sort of the consensus of the delegates that are in here. But in terms of formally adopting the agenda, we will do that once we've established quorum. So just a reminder, this is a hybrid. So we do have chiefs and delegates registered online, and we're monitoring that as well. We've got the screens here. We can see if anybody raises their hand online, we welcome you. Just hit the raise hand function, and that'll help us out. In the room here, of course, just raise your hand, make sure you grab our attention, and we will have you recognized in the order that we've seen the hands go up. Also, I was going to talk about this in the procedural aspects, but just to let you know, Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler has invited Chief Donnie Morris, who has graciously accepted the invitation, and Chief Morris is here with us. Of course, Inuk are not a full member of Anishinaabe Nation, but they are signatory to the adhesion of Treaty Number 9. And as the discussion is dealing with treaty, it was felt important that Chief Morris be here with us. But he won't be part of establishing the quorum count, just to let you know. So we do have 23 chiefs in the room. But we'll be waiting for one more. So just to let you know, Chief Morris is here with us. So so just a reminder, emails were sent out. You all got a copy on email of draft version number 4. There's another version, draft version number 5. That's the one that was handed out this morning when you registered. So everybody should have a copy of a printout. If you don't have a copy, let us know, but they should have given you a copy when you registered this morning. That's the agenda that we will be going with. I'm going to ask if it hasn't happened yet, if our staff can have those emailed to you as well, just so that you have an electronic copy, because there were some changes made last night. So again, it's Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty, Chelsea Hotel, February 4, 5, and 6. And again, this will be version 5. The opening with the drum and the prayer. I'd like to acknowledge the drum Aaron Terrio. Almost called you Arian. Aaron Terrio Miigwech for the opening, and Barney Batiste for the opening prayer. On the agenda, we have the call to order. We won't do that yet. The motion to adopt the co-chairs, accepting the rules and procedures, and then the draft agenda. Opening remarks from Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, and then opening remarks from the advisory council. So we'll have the Elders Council, the Youth Council, and the Women's Council. 15 minutes there total, so 5 minutes each, just to provide some welcoming comments as we begin our discussions. And then we'll get right into business. We have the analysis of the historic treaties number 9 and 5. That'll be led by Dr. Janet Armstrong, Andrew Solomon, and Luke Hunter. Dr. Armstrong was supposed to have driven in yesterday. I guess there was a snowstorm. Some of the highways were closed, and she didn't make it. So she's going to be joining virtually, unless for some reason she drove in this morning, but that didn't sound like it. But she'll be joining us online. We'll have a break. mid-morning, and then we'll continue on with an overview of the historic research, the research that has taken place dealing with Treaties 9 and 5. And of course, we are all aware that that component is very important, because I often say there's two versions of the treaty. There's the real treaty, and the real treaty is the one that the elders talk about. The fact that we never gave up the land, we never ceded, surrendered the land. In fact, it was an understanding, an agreement that we have a nation-to-nation basis, because only nations sign treaties. And so it's very important that we hear about the research that has taken place from our perspective, and that some of the things that we hear from our elders and the people that have passed on that were at the treaty signing ceremonies, it corroborates some of the things that they said. Getting a note, did we get quorum yet? Okay. So it's important to deal with treaty research. So that'll be happening this morning. This afternoon, we will have an introduction and an overview of some of the current major treaty court cases, litigation that's happening. On the agenda, we have 6 cases: the annuities, economic benefits, and mineral rights class action, the co-jurisdiction action, the Mining Act challenge, failure to consult re-mining decisions, the cumulative impacts of forestry and harvesting and way of life, and also the Cat Lake Aboriginal title claim. So that is a summary that will be presented on those 6 cases, and that'll be done by Amy Westland with Westland Law. Now, the recommendation is to have that in camera. So this is very important to have that discussion of why we need to go in camera. We are dealing with a very important issue, treaty, and it's important that our people be involved and be able to hear the discussions. And I know that people are watching online. But the reality is, when we're dealing with court cases, when we're dealing with litigation, there is privileged information that is being discussed by lawyers. Also, there's strategy. We are talking about strategy. What is our strategy when we're dealing with court cases, but also dealing with government? If we broadcast online and anybody can watch, I mean, we don't listen, we don't sit in when government is strategizing in their back rooms, strategizing on the approach they will be taking with First Nations. So it makes it very difficult when we have these discussions. We want our people involved. We want the people to have a say, but at the same time, we're strategizing. And so the purpose of going in camera is that we don't invite the Crown, who that may be, the government, to come into our strategy sessions. So that's the purpose of going in camera. Also, when there is litigation being discussed, that is what happens as well. We need to go in camera. So I just wanted to point that out, because I know that people are listening back home, people are watching online. It's very important that people participate. And if anybody is here, by all means, members of Anishinaabe Nation, First Nations can be in the room. We will be asking all media and government officials to leave the room when we deal with the in-camera session. So it's very important that I emphasize that. It's not to exclude anybody. And I'll say it in our language. Kanino ge kimo jdasin janong, kanino giwe. Ega sabugo win stam janon dunk. Awe ogumaun. And is doesn't jige kan is mama gabo yek. Yun and gawis gabo ihtawaik. Awe ogumaun. That's the purpose. So that there will be a requirement to go in camera this afternoon. Following that summary of legal cases, we have another in-camera session. This is the Anishinaabe Cree annuities class action. That'll be led by Chief Jason Gauthier, as well as the legal team from Maurice Law. That'll be in camera. Following that, we will have So there's a couple of different versions that went around. So I'm going with I hope this is the version that that was handed out to delegates this morning. 4 o'clock, there will be a question and answer session. That'll be facilitated discussion. Amy Westland with Westland Law will be leading that as well. I've been listed there as a facilitator. Just a comment. Normally we talk about this when we go through rules of procedure. As co-chairs, the youth co-chair and myself, it's very clear in the rules. We do not participate in the discussion. I usually say our opinion doesn't count, doesn't matter. So there's no point in us saying anything. We're just here to make sure the meeting moves along, that we follow timeframes, and that we have an orderly discussion. When it comes to this assembly, as a lawyer, as a former chief, one of the areas I work on is treaty discussion, but also more importantly, our elders' understanding of the treaty, our understanding of the treaty. So that's an area that I hold dearly to my heart, very passionate about, and it's an area that I work on. So I was invited in this assembly to participate as a facilitator. So I will be assisting. I will provide some commentary, be able to answer some questions if there are questions that I can ask. So I am listed there as a facilitator. So I'm taking off my co-chair hat and be involved in those discussions. So that's the agenda for this afternoon. Just a reminder, you see on the agenda, there are some quotes from the written treaty. There are some quotes that you'll see, and maybe we'll touch on those throughout the next 3 days. So that's what you see on the agenda. Day 2, tomorrow, we'll reconvene with the drum and the opening prayer. We'll have a summary. And then we'll get right into the co-jurisdiction action. That'll be presented by Kate Kempton with Woodward and Company. It doesn't say here, but we'll get clarification. We might need to go in camera for that as well, but we will get clarification. We'll also get an update on the Quebec Cree Aboriginal title claim. That'll be led by Megan Daniel, a lawyer. That will be in camera. We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll have facilitated discussions based on some of the presentations so far. We'll come back in the afternoon. Again, we will be in camera. On the agenda, it's listed as strategic management of treaty litigation. What is NAN's role? What is NAN's role in some of the ongoing treaty litigation? As we are all aware, and Grand Chief will probably talk about this, NAN is not a treaty signatory. NAN is not a treaty rights holder. That is the First Nations. Yet there is an expectation that NAN get involved and have forums like this so that you as chiefs, the treaty rights holders, can have these shared discussions amongst yourselves. So there needs to be some clear direction. What is NAN's role moving forward? And what can NAN do to help the nations of Treaty Number 9 and Treaty Number 5 going forward, especially as we see the treaty litigation happening? Because even if it's 1 or 2 First Nations that take a certain aspect of, let's say, Treaty Number 9 to court or Treaty Number 5, whatever the outcome of that litigation is, will not only affect those 1 or 2 First Nations, it'll affect all of the First Nations in that treaty area. So it's very important that we all be aware. And moving forward, how would you like NAN involved to help facilitate discussions like we're having here today? So those are some of the discussions. Again, strategy. So that will have to be in camera. So we don't, of course, want federal government officials sitting there listening to our internal strategy discussions. So that will continue, of course, in the afternoon, and we'll have those facilitated discussions after the break as well. 4 o'clock, we'll have elders' reflections. We'll have a summary of day 2, and then we'll close in prayer. Day 3, we'll come back again, the drum, the opening prayer, call to order. We'll have a summary of day 2 and get right into the first presentation, which will be Dr. Sharon Venn discussing what are treaties, domestic treaties and international treaties. So we'll have a presentation at 9:30 for about an hour. We'll have a break, and then we'll come back the vision and the mandate of Treaty Number 5 and Treaty Number 9, moving forward. How do we move forward and share information? And again, how do we do that together? Because whatever happens with one affects all of us. We'll take a lunch break and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. The treaty partner relationship with Ontario. There will be a discussion on that. Again, we'll have Wally McKay facilitating. I will be assisting in facilitating those discussions. We'll take a break and then come back 2:45, a review of discussions throughout the three-day assembly and determine next steps and any resolutions that you wish to put forward. And then we will close at 4 o'clock with closing remarks, summary of the three-day assembly, and then close with a prayer and a drum. I just want to point out where it says resolutions on day 3, summary, discussion, and also resolutions. This is a special Chiefs Assembly. I just want to point out, and maybe Mike Sherry can correct me if I'm wrong, but any resolutions, because I know at the Kiwewan Assembly, there were a number of resolutions that we did not get to deal with. We lost quorum. But I think any resolutions that need to be brought forward need to be reintroduced. Is that correct? Yes. So any of the resolutions that did not hit the floor because we weren't able to deal with them, if you had a resolution, those would have to come back and be reintroduced. So just to advise everyone. Again, the idea is that this be a discussion on treaty, but this is a full Chiefs Assembly. It's your assembly. It's your agenda. So that's the agenda we have, and I'm just going to get confirmation. We do have quorum. So following this, what we'll do is we'll have the formal motion to adopt the co-chairs, adopt the rules of procedure, and then a motion to adopt the agenda. Before I open up discussion on the agenda, I'm going to go to those procedural motions. So, Grand Chief.
So resolution 2501, adoption of chairpersons for the Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty. Be it resolved that the chairpersons of the Anishinaabe Nation 2025 Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty, February 4, 5, and 6, 2025, shall be Adam Fiddler and Ramon Karakwabit as youth co-chair. We'll need a mover. Chief Constant, miigwech. Seconder. Chief Batiste, miigwech. Any opposition to the motion? Any abstentions? Okay, motion, you formally adopted Adam and Ramon for the next 3 days anyway. Miigwech. So I'll turn it over to Adam and Ramon.
We'll just move along with the procedural resolutions. So 2502, adoption of the rules and procedures for the Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty. And this is the same as all the other assemblies that was amended on 2020. And I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Could you state your name and First Nation, please? Yes. Is there a seconder? Can you state your name and First Nation, please?
Chief Sonny Batiste from Metatron First Nation.
Very much. Okay. So I would like to call the question. Any opposed? Any exceptions? Okay, any for? In favor? In favor, okay. I had the right F word. Okay, all in favor? Okay. This resolution is passed. Miigwech.
Okay. Miigwech. So going back to the agenda, I've gone through the agenda, so we'd like to open it up. I'll have to ask for a mover and a seconder. If you have any comments on the agenda, we need to go through formality first. We need a mover and seconder and then open it up for discussion. So this would be Resolution 2503, acceptance of the agenda for the Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty. Be it resolved that the Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs and Assembly hereby accept the agenda for the Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty, February 4 to 6, 2025, dated at Toronto, Ontario, this 4th day of February, 2025. So I need a mover. This is to accept the agenda as presented. Can I have a mover? For the record, just turn on your microphone. Mover. I see 2 hands up. Go ahead.
Chief Jennifer Constant Matogamy.
Miigwech. Okay. So your microphone wasn't on, but I think you got that. Chief Wabas from Winneman Lake. Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. So it's open for discussion. Any comments or question, discussion on the agenda before you? Just a reminder, this is the hard copy that was handed out this morning. We'll have electronic copies emailed to everyone. There were some changes made from the previous version, draft 4. Any comments, questions? We're okay to proceed. Don't want to rush, but I don't see any hands going up. Oh, yeah, remind me online if we see anybody. Okay, if not, I'm going to call for a question. Any opposition? None. Abstentions? None. So all in favor? The F word, in favor? Okay, Miigwech. So resolution is carried, so we will proceed with this agenda. So with that, I am going to invite Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler to come up and provide opening remarks. It's up.
Miigwech. Kawan Tujabag Namak Kadakina. We did not give up our land. Kawan Mina Tujabag Namak Kadogamaw NAN. We did not give up our jurisdiction, our authority. Mina Kawan Tujabag Namak. Guys, Matchwork. We did not give up our way of life. These powerful reminders were shared with me a couple of weeks ago when Winneman Lake had their own treaty gathering to prepare for this meeting that we're having here this week. And I just want to acknowledge Chief Abbas, his council and elders that sat together to remind all of us just how important and how sacred our treaty is. And I've always heard from our elders, our former chiefs and leaders, and also my own parents. My late father, Moses, witnessed the signing of the Adhesion Treaty number 9 way back in 1929, just as a young boy. I think he was maybe around 10 years old. And he always shared with me what he heard and what he witnessed that day in Victoria Lake. That it meant peaceful coexistence, mutual benefit, and prosperity for all. That's how they understood our treaty to be. And our treaties are more than documents. They are the expression of our sovereignty, the affirmation of our inherent rights, and the recognition of our nationhood. And you have these documents in front of you, both Treaty 9 and Treaty 5, that they affirm what has always been true: our rights our jurisdiction, and our enduring responsibility to protect our lands, our people, and our future. And so, as we gather here this week, we will have this very important discussion about all these issues that have been raised in some of the legal cases that could directly or indirectly impact our treaty. And I just want to talk a little bit about NAN's role in the Anishinaabe Nation as a political territorial organization. That NAN is a corporate body. We are not the rights holders. We did not sign the treaty. It's our leadership. You sitting around the table and the communities and the people that you represent. Those are the rights holders. I also just want to acknowledge Chief Donnie Morris for joining us here this week to be part of this very important discussion. And I understand the reasons why they left the Anishinaabe Nation many years ago. But I also understand that they also understand the importance of this discussion that we will have this week, and that's why he's here. Our responsibility as a political territorial organization is to provide a forum like this, where our leadership, our knowledge keepers, our elders can come together and have this very important discussion. Because we cannot, as NAN, lead this discussion. You need to be the ones to lead the work that needs to be done moving forward. Our job and the responsibility of our treaty and jurisdiction department, led by Luke Hunter and the staff that work with him, is to put it all together, to gather all the information, especially the treaty sort of legal cases that are currently underway, because you need to know. You need to know what these cases mean, and some of those are outlined in the agenda because it relates to our land, the resources. It also touches on the annuity payment issue. And so these are all important. And I just want to just give you this assurance that we are not having this meeting this week to try to divide and create division amongst our leadership, because Ontario and Canada are doing that already. We need to try to come together. And the way that can happen is, first of all, we share with you the information that we have for all of us to understand what these issues mean and how they can potentially impact our treaties, whether it's 9 or 5. And so I just want to acknowledge all the leadership, the chiefs, the communities that have entered or that have initiated some of these legal actions. But all of our NAN leadership needs to understand the potential impacts. And so that's going to be on the agenda today, is to share with you, to give you a good summary of these cases. I also just want to just touch on the current political climate that we are seeing all around us, all around, especially in the last few months. You know, the instability that we are seeing regionally. There is a provincial election that is now underway. The election will happen at the end of the month. And there's also a federal election that will happen soon. Once the Liberal Party selects their leader, then they will set the date when that election will happen. It could be as early as this spring. And we're also seeing the instability created by the new president of the United States, Donald Trump, and the reckless policies that he's now trying to implement, including the threats of tariffs on goods and services that come into our communities. And we all know firsthand the impacts of the high cost of goods and services coming to our communities already. It's like the Northern Store, the Hudson's Bay Company, they've imposed tariffs on our communities for many, many generations. And now if this comes through and there's a bit of a relief based on a phone call that happened yesterday between the Prime Minister and the President, that there's a 1 month delay. But it doesn't mean that it's over, that these threats will continue. And so that's why it's so important that we come together and organize ourselves to ensure that the mandate that was given to this organization, that was given to us when NAN was created over 50 years ago, to uphold the treaty. That's our mandate. And the only way we can do that is if we do it together. It cannot just be the NAN executive. It needs to be all of us. And so I hope that there'll be some opportunities for us to do this work. Even this week, there's going to be a meeting on Thursday. Today's Tuesday. Thursday, 2 days from now. That is being organized by the Global Affairs Canada and the Indigenous Trade Working Group. It's going to be online. And I know that this is the third day, this will be the third day of our assembly here, but there's also an opportunity for leadership to join in on that call. There's an invitation that will be circulated for chiefs, for leadership to listen into that important call that will happen on Thursday. And so I just want to call upon you and all of us here to stand together in unity and strength, as we face an uncertain future. We also have an opportunity to create certainty for ourselves, our children, our communities, for our future, if we do it together. And so I hope that by the end of the day, on Thursday, that we will have had the time and the effort that all of us are required to put in to create some sort of a plan that you will have given us direction or some mandate on how we can on how we can support the work moving forward, whether it's in the form of a resolution. Because as I said, we need to be very careful how we do this work, that we cannot just jump in and interfere on your case and the work that's happening in these other cases, that we need to be very careful how NAN involves itself. I want to be clear that the cases that are on the agenda, that NAN as a PTO did not initiate any of these cases, including the one from the Quebec Cree Council. That they're the ones that filed papers back in 2016 claiming a good chunk of the NAN territory as their own. But we have a duty and a responsibility to bring our leadership together and to not only have a discussion, but to plan and strategize how we can address these many threats that we are seeing now, whether it's politically or legally. And so I just want to say thank you to the leadership that's here. I know you're busy in your own communities dealing with people not being able to travel to attend to their medical appointments, or children harming themselves or taking their own lives. And I just want to acknowledge Chief Loon from Muskogee. They've had some very tragic and heartbreaking losses over the last month. And sadly, that's the case in many of our communities. And so you're busy trying to deal with the needs of your people, whether it's in their housing needs but it's also important that we take time to look at these other threats. And so I just want to say miigwech to all of you. I acknowledge the team that worked hard to prepare for this meeting. I want to acknowledge my colleagues on the NAN executive. I want to acknowledge our elders that are here with us. Some of them have been having their own discussions because they know how important the treaty is. And so they came here. And I hope that they have time over the next 3 days to speak and to share with us their own reflections on what the treaty means to them. And so I just want to say miigwech. I also want to acknowledge Deputy Grand Chief Natasha Martin for being here. And I did speak with Grand Chief Leo yesterday, Leo Friday. Some of you may have heard that he had some health issues, health challenges in the fall. And he says he's ready to come back. He'll be coming back in March. And so we look forward to welcoming back into our circle when he's back with us in March. Mirai ekidyan, nak minago keg minajibak sa nimian, umamego ajaik, ega nanda juji sewat gidibenjiga nanda egumina kidajikunan. It's our hope and our prayer. And I know I speak for all of us that are in this room that that no harm comes to our family and to our communities while we are here. Mi amigo, let's get now. Watch here.
Miigwech, Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, for those amazing words. I felt that, and I think what he had to say was important. So we'll move on for opening remarks to kick off. And I'd like to call those of the Elders Council to provide, and just to note that we have to keep it around 5 minutes per council. So I'd like to call Barney Bartis of the Elders Council for opening remarks.
You know, you're almost prepared to say, as you do some open remarks on this treaty, right? Thinking about it in the last few days, and you can almost say it's the forgotten document. A lot of discussion has went on, as far as I know, over the years about the treaty. And really, not too much has been resolved. Parts of it maybe, but not a lot. And I don't think there are too many people that have paid any close attention to it. Some, but not like this. For us to take a concerted look at what treaty is. And how do we go about that? Well, from the elders, particularly one elder, is a way forward. This man's name was Jonas Fiddler, one of our elders in the past. And he showed us and told us how to negotiate, what to do. And that comes from our own people. And this is what precisely and exactly what he said at one of the negotiations I was at with federal provincial negotiations, because we asked him a question, Jonas, what do we do? Because we were stuck. So very thoughtfully, this is what he said. And I think for some of you, I've told you this before. The words of Jonas Fiddler talking about process. What he said was, don't rush it. Now, when you look at this, we're just beginning the talks, aren't we? Beginning them. So we don't rush it. And the second part is no hearsay. When we look at treaty, there's a lot of hearsay on both sides. But Jonas says no hearsay. And the third thing he says, it has to be from the heart. And when he says from the heart, it has to be from us as a people. Adam often talks about, this is your meeting. Well, in this particular case, when we're talking about treaty, it is your meeting. It is my uncle who signed the treaty. It's my meeting. It's about me. It's about us. So it calls upon us to examine and move forward. And the fourth thing that Jonas tells us, be humble. So we all have to be humble to be with each other and talk about this thing in a good way. Although how hard the discussion might be, we need to be humble about it. And the fifth thing that he talks about, I think, is so important to us. Jonas told us no shortcuts. And you as chiefs, delegates will know that in the past, in our negotiations with federal, provincial governments and others, private industry, we have taken shortcuts, haven't we? Because we accepted agreements without knowing the full ramifications of it. And the treaty represents that. We took a shortcut. Our ancestors, my uncle, who figured he was doing the right thing in his time, said, this is the way we have to go. The story is, in our signing of the treaty, is that the company that was there the provincial government, federal, told my uncle, we'll be leaving here in 3 days. We'll be leaving here tomorrow. And here is the land. It's your choice. The decision has to be made before we leave here. This is a story told me by the old ones in our First Nation. So my uncle was forced to take a shortcut. Yeah, we'll take that. What has that done to us? It creates conflict with our own band, with our own members. We start to get into the blame game. He shouldn't have done that. Why did he do that? Of course, there were other signatures on the paper as well. You say, why did they do that? So it's up to us right now. If there are any misgivings around the signing of the treaty, because it is your meeting, because you're the chiefs, you are the delegates, that you begin to talk about it and come to some resolve around where this is. We all know there are two things on the treaty. One is the word of mouth. A lot of our people did not understand what they were signing. There's just an X there, isn't there? Doing the best they could with what they had to work with. And I'll bet you a lot of them had to take that shortcut saying, okay, I'll take that land. We'll do it this way. They was forced to do that. And so Jonas says to do seasonal ceremonies, to even do a ceremony now around what we're going to do. We'll do that in the next few days, looking at what we have here, the drum song, our elders, and so on. And this is one thing that Jonas said that really comes to my mind. It really resonates to me as an individual. He said, rediscover what we already know. Think about it. We already know a lot of things, but we need to rediscover that. So with treaty, as we're talking about here, we're rediscovering. We're going down an old path. And we want to see what went wrong. How can we correct what is there? And this is amazing. When we go fast forward from Treaty Day to Jonas to here, he said, you need to rebuild relationships. Then we can ask ourselves, what is treaty anyway? Well, treaty is an agreement. That's what it is. Is that agreement then being adhered to? We need to tell our treaty partners what the story is, and we need to rebuild those relationships. Even though, as the Grand Chief has said, it's hardships right now, even though that's there. And you know what? It won't be the first time that we've run into some roadblocks. But we need to continue to work hard to try to rebuild those relationships and come up with a plan that will be sufficient to the people that we serve. And so we ask the Creator, in Jonas's humble way, to bless what we've achieved. Even though we've been hard-pressed, perhaps we've been lied to, he still says, bless what we've achieved. Mercy to small blessings. But we need to rediscover those. What are they? And build on them. So I think the next few days, we need really to reflect on what happened. There are so many stories out there from, I'm only one elder here. Your elders probably have a similar story about what went on in the days of the signing of the treaty. So you need to listen to that. It is only the beginning, for me anyway, that's what I would say. It is a beginning probably of a difficult journey for you. You cannot retract what has already been signed, but you may have to make the best of what's there. And you need to develop this understanding. And that's why I say to you that the treaty sometimes is a forgotten piece of work. It's just there. I know on our First Nation, I asked myself, and I asked some of the folks that I know, have you ever read the treaty? No. Understand it? No. Don't know what that is. We do have treaty days. November, I think it is. We talk about our lives. But maybe that's not good enough. So we need to reflect. And you need to listen to what Jonas says. Don't rush it. Be very thoughtful about this process. There was a day back when that we had a Anishinaabe Treaty 9 meeting. And they did talk about treaty, not to a large extent, but they were starting to talk about it. And one of the elders got a little upset because he looking at the treaty as a sacred document. This is ours. This is what we have. And quite often, the same man would get up at the treaty at the meetings and say, the backbone of us. And he would say, Mizinigan Gabagidnigadig 1905. The paper that was given in 1905. He'd always remind people, this is it. This is our treaty. This is the way we go forward. Mizinigan Gabagidnigadig 1905. So now we fast forward to here. Here we talk about Mizinigan, the paper. And some of our elders have often said, educate your children so that they might learn the ways of the white man in the paper that he puts forward, because that will be your next battle. And isn't that so true? As we sit around the table, that's our next little trip that we have to do, to see what our treaty is all about. See what is the best that you can get out of it. I know it's an innocuous kind of a treaty, but what is the best that you can get out of it? So as one elder, those are my words, and I hope you kind of take them to heart. And I understand, I do understand how hard it is. It will create conflict amongst you, no question, because you'll have all your own ideas. But you must come together as one to be able to put together a plan to be able to address some of the needs. This little red book that I have here is full of unfinished business. All the things that we talked about over the years that are still there, unresolved issues. So I know that there is conflict, but we need to get over that. We have the people, we have the knowledge, we need to have the will. We need to have the togetherness to be able to answer some of these easy, hard questions. And so I will leave you with that. And we're going to talk for the next few days and see where we get with that. And I'm sure around a cup of coffee that you will talk about what treaty means to your First Nation. You know, as I look here, I looked at the chief of Constance Lake. We know, don't we? We know. We really know. When we went to your First Nation for a conference, we went and we saw. And if treaty can help you and other chiefs to be able to achieve some of the things that you wish for your First Nation, we need to work together on. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Elder Batiste. I felt that one too. He had some wise words. So we'll move along with opening remarks, and I'd like to call up the youth council. And I will be delivering remarks as well. So just for your information, I'll be taking off the youth co-chair hat and just pretend I'm putting on a really big cowboy hat that says youth council member on it.
Hello, bonjour. So again, man, iki minun pam tipung kon apachningi minun basin zamki ni patwe wesin I shmagun shiuda bond tipung ninga mat se beje kaisepun. Ega wangi kitom ne babun nishe. Oma shiap kinaki air conditioner kashkaz shmi bajingi minun babun zam. Iki jiwech bangi. Yeah. Megwatch ndana okay, good to watch. Kishio Gimash Kichai Barney Kashaz much doing Kawi Kokitian Buju and the Shnikaz Erikson on and doing Geo Bazadikang Mosen Dodam Shko Nishnapish Kaz Wapshkima Ingan no Kenin Man Dapi Nishnabi Askination Ushkadzak Ukmakanak Bomenan Weonjikashka Dig E co-chair Shiko Mandap Mounje education go helped what the country and ing basatikan dan kiwa di ing akzo kamagong ki dan ki onje telemedicine shkati KOE helped onje nije onje bomoko. Anyways, hello, my name is Eric Sinoan. I'm from Poplar Hill First Nation. I am part of the Moose Clan. My spirit name is White Wolf. I sit on the NAN Youth Council, and I am one of the co-chairs. I hold education portfolio and health as my secondary. In my free time and my personal work time, I work as a community telemedicine coordinator for KOE Health in my community in Poplar Hill. And I just want to begin by acknowledging the elders and advisory councils, the non-executive, the chiefs, and the proxies and observers have come together. I want to welcome you all to the Special Chiefs Assembly on Treaty. I think it's important that we come together in unity to strive for success for the communities we represent. I strive every day to grow and be better so that I can continue to advocate for our youth in a good way. I believe treaty is a big, important part of us, and look forward to all the speakers and discussions we were going to have. We have to protect our rights as Indigenous people. And I just want to acknowledge that a member of our NAN Youth Council has aged out. Her name is Mallory Solomon. January 31 was her last day. I'll say that she did really good, and look forward to the next generation that we're going to invite into the NAN Youth Council. And that's all I'm going to say. Again, welcome. Let's have a good discussion and create good change. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Ramon.
Wache, I'll introduce myself again. The hot cowboy. I'm sorry. I'm Ramon Cataquapit on the youth council, and I'd like to thank you for allowing the youth a chance to speak on treaty here. And for the last year or two, I've been learning a lot about treaty. And as an advocate for youth, I know that a lot of us, we don't know what the treaty even is or what it entails or the current initiatives or the class actions and why it's happening and the violation from Canada. And over the next few days, we're going to be speaking on that treaty litigation and those class actions. But as a youth, when I think about treaty, I think about my Jaban, my great Mushum. His name was James Cataquapit, and he was a World War I veteran as well as a chief of Adwabscut. And I also think about my future children and grandchildren that this treaty will affect them as well as these class actions. And when I think about treaty, it's much more than just annuities, but it's that title to protect the land, something that we need to remember. And, you know, someone that instilled that strength in me was my Mushroom. He was one of the land, and that's something that residential school can never take away from him. And now it's important for me as a youth to be in rooms like this to learn about our treaty and how you guys are moving forward with your mandates and your vision. And I spoke at the Chiefs of Ontario, the Fall Assembly, about how these nations that we're surrounded by are going to continue to try to push the boundaries of our treaty. And you can already see that happening down in the States with the new president-elect Donald Trump. And these tariffs that affect our communities up here, along with border disputes. Even though we have inherent access to all these lands, there was never a border for us. And I believe that this is something that's going to be reoccurring, and especially in my time, which is why I'm very worried. So I want to say miigwech for allowing me to come here to learn more that I can put in my bundle. So when it's time that if I ever sit in those seats you're in or somewhere else, then I have that with me. Miigwech. Pretend I'm switching my hat back. So we'll be looking for opening remarks from the Women's Council, and I believe Alexandra Bridges is online.
Yes, thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Great. Hello and good morning, everyone. Firstly, my apologies for not attending in person this time around. I am of the Pike Clan, and my spirit name is Thunderbird Under the Earth Woman. I am a member of Matagami First Nation and hold a position on the NAN Women's Council representing Waban Tribal Region, which I'm honored to have been recently nominated. I'm getting a lot of feedback in my own mic.
Okay.
Test. I'll just try to ignore myself. So I would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging the chiefs in attendance to this important meeting. And I would also like to acknowledge the drums and sacred items in the room for their spiritual significance and the good medicine they bring to spaces like this. I would also like to acknowledge NAN and the work that they put in to organize folks to come together in a good way. NAN recognizes and makes space for distinctions-based issues such as gender-based violence and the systematic disenfranchisement experienced by First Nations women across all of our territories. Indigenous women and girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people are overrepresented as victims of violence in Canada. Between 2009 and 2021, the homicide rate among Indigenous women and girls was 6 times higher than among non-Indigenous women, according to Statistics Canada. And according to the data reported to Statistics Canada by the 2019 Uniform Crime Reporting Survey, the rate of violence committed by someone other than an intimate partner was 4 times higher for women in remote areas. And I think it really speaks volumes in demonstrating the real risks to First Nations women, that they're facing just for existing out in the real world. And the Women's Council is a collaborative way to address gendered issues that are facing First Nations peoples across the North. We aim to facilitate the forward movement of critical issues within our respective regions, such as the implementation of the MMIWG calls for justice and addressing the epidemic of opioid addictions and substance abuse issues and their health impacts. We provide support on policy and governance issues related to water sovereignty, NAPS policing services, among other policy mandates. And really our goal is to work to build processes that will lead to equity and positive representation of Indigenous women across various sectors. And to tackle, those major structural and institutional issues that perpetuate violence and socioeconomic disparity for First Nations women. Currently, the Women's Council does have vacancies as well for 3 seats, and we're seeking to fill the positions for Mushkegowuk, KO, and Matawa councils. And so I'm just putting sort of a respectful call out to the reps in those regions to think about maybe nominating someone from their communities who has passion and dedicated to making a difference, and give them an opportunity to advocate for their regions. And just on a personal note, it's my belief that the dispossession of our peoples from our territories via regulatory processes by colonial governments is one of the greatest issues that we're currently facing. And, the treaties provide a foundation to addressing the systematic erosion of our rights and our responsibilities to the land. And so as an observer, I'm really eager to be here today and sit and learn from the proceedings from those with, greater wisdom and experience than myself. And on that note, I really hope everyone has a productive meeting today and looking forward to listening and Rich.
Miigwech, Alexandra, for your comments. They're really needed. So I want to say miigwech to all the councils that came up for opening remarks today. I believe that your words were needed to be heard here. And I hope that you were able to listen. So I'd like to turn it over to my colleague or main co-chair, Adam. And miigwech.
Miigwech, Ramon. So it's 10:51. It's almost 11 o'clock. The first agenda item we were going to get to was at 9:45, so we're a little bit behind. But we had hoped to have a break, so I'm gonna just sort of get the feel. I was told by an elder one time I sort of would pass right through the breaks and just keep going. But the elder told me, we need a break. Sometimes we need 10 minutes just to get up, stretch, and have a chat out in the hall. So do you want to keep going, or do you want to have a break? Quick break. Quick break. Okay, let's make it 10 minutes, but please come back in 10 minutes. It's now 10:51, 11:01. Miigwech. So welcome back, everyone. I know we are online. Just waiting on chiefs and delegates to make their way back into the room. Also, I'm going to invite Luke Hunter and Andrew Solomon before he takes off too far to come up. And we have Dr. Janet Armstrong joining us online. So we're just getting back into it. We'd like to welcome everyone back. We are a little bit late, so once Luke and Andrew come in, I'm just going to confirm some timing. We were scheduled to go until 12:15 and then take a 1-hour lunch break. I'm going to suggest maybe we go until about 12:30. That way we can deal with the two issues from this morning. Of course, we want to open up for any discussion, dialogue. It's very important once we get this information to have an opportunity to ask questions and again, have those discussions. Don't want to rush the discussion, but again, of course, we will be having open dialogue tomorrow and day 3 as well. So just waiting on Luke, who is having a look at his laptop. So we'll have Luke Hunter come up. And I know Andrew was around, Andrew Solomon. And Dr. Janet Armstrong is joining us online. Couldn't make it, unfortunately. I see Dr. Armstrong there. We'll have you unmuted very shortly. So I'll have Luke start off and then introduce Dr. Armstrong when needed. So Luke and Janet, what I was just proposing is that we go until 12:30. We had the 2 agenda items this morning, the analysis of the historic treaties 9 and 5, and then the overview of the research. So maybe we can put the 2 of them together. That works. Yep. And then allow for some time for some questions. So we'll go till about 12:30 or so, and then take a break. So with that, Luke.
Okay, thanks, Adam. I'm going to be introducing Dr. Janet Armstrong. Dr. Janet Armstrong has done a lot of, he's an historian and also he has a PhD, and she did her PhD in Treaty 9. And also she's involved in litigation. She was an expert in some of the high profile cases, and one of them was the Howard, the 1923 treaty case that was recently challenged or was settled. She was one of the experts in that case, and that case was settled out of court. And what Dr. Armstrong did in that as her expertise, she proved that the 1923 treaty, which was recent, I guess, in historical times, Canada altered that treaty after the went back to Ottawa, and that was one of the turning points in that case. Is the Canada didn't want to proceed with the court. They settled. That's why they settled out of court, and they didn't want to be seen as, I guess, that court would have been. The treaty would have been squashed, and so they settled out of court. So Dr. Armstrong was one of the key, I guess, experts in that case, and that. And those as an expert witness. So she also did a lot of historical interviews with Treaty 9 elders, and she also produced 5 or 6 reports regarding Treaty 9. And I just wanted to, I guess, highlight some of the, I guess, NAN, Treaty 9 involvement in some of the, I guess, some of the cases in the past. I know Treaty 9. When Treaty 9 was created, Treaty 9 was created in the 70s. A lot of during that time, there was a lot of litigation, especially hunting and fishing. One of the key cases, was in 1978 called the Batiste. So Treaty 9 was heavily involved in that case, and we won that case. That was a case of attached one band member. So that case set the stage for, I guess, for Ontario to back off on hunting cases. So that's one of the key cases that first looked at Treaty Number 9, especially the signatories of Treaty 9. And we also always have this question: is Ontario a signatory to Treaty 9? And that case looked at that question. So I'm not going to answer what the court said. So, but the other one is the Chichu case in 1980 regarding a Constance League band member. So that was a trapping case regarding licenses. So we won that case as well. And the other one was the Mishaki case. This was recent in 2008. So we won that case as well. So that dealt with the permitting on building cabins in our traditional territory. What the court said in that case is that we don't have to follow MNR's policies. We can just build cabins. And the other one is the Mikinak case in 1994. We won that case as well. That case involved in hunting outside your treaty territory. So we're not just bound by the treaty boundaries. We can hunt beyond treaty boundaries. And the other key case is R versus Fox in 1994. Again, this is the Ontario, no, this was a Ontario Court of Appeal. This dealt with the provision under the Migratory Birds Convention Act under Section 21, which basically gave a priority to a disabled individual to discharge a firearm from a moving vessel, a boat. What the court said is treaty rights have higher rights than this individual. So this section is null and void. But today, that section is still there. So Canada has not made any changes to that section. So even though that we won court cases based on I guess, treaty under Section 35, Canada has still not made those changes to protect our treaty rights. So I just want to highlight some of those cases because in Treaty 9, NAN has involved in a lot of those cases. And we have evidence that we've collected over the years. Also, I'll let Dr. Armstrong talk about some of those areas. So without further ado, I'll like to introduce Dr. Janet Armstrong to begin her presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Luke.
Proxies, chiefs, good morning. Bear with me. I know I have an impaired speech impediment right now. But what I want to say is looking at the court cases, looking at the court rulings from the Supreme Court of Canada. What you need to know is that when they make rulings, it affects treaties 1 to 11, not only 1 to 11, but nationally across Canada. One of the ruling, it says that treaties are not absolute, and they must all for coexistence in modern society. So that's when you look at it, in what the commissioner said, promises that were made. You could fish and hunt and trap as an old. They're not absolute. So when you go to court, think about that. Think about that going forward. When 1969, when there was a white paper was introduced for Canada, we fought. Harold Cardinal produced a red paper, and this is what he said. The Indigenous is just unjust that the government of Canada acts as a defendant, trustee charged with protecting First Nations interests, as well as judge, and all claims are made against it. That was prior to the Constitution of 1982. And this is what it says on the first Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the first section. You have to notice. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantee the rights and freedoms set out and subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law. Again, who is law? Supreme Court of Canada and all these other courts' decisions that happen. As can be demonstrated, justified in a free and democratic society. What we fought for was reaffirmed. This is why Canada will not respond when they infringe on the rights and freedoms of the Canadians and even us. And this is the reason why courts will side with Canada. I'm only saying this because all these court cases, all these impacts, and I'm hoping that I've been doing this for a while. I'm getting cynical with the work I do. I talk to others that do the same thing. Treaty rights, protecting the treaty rights, talking to you as our leaders, presenting here and there, and it hasn't changed. So Mama Carr says, incremental changes. That's what the government does. Those incremental changes that he does not address the fundamental foundations of your leadership, of your treaties, of your self-determination, recognize you as a government. I'm going to leave this just for you to think about. When Canada continues its failures to recognize your sovereignty, it continues to violate your treaty rights. And you allow them. What I mean by that is what Grant Chief talked about in his opening remarks. We still have jurisdiction. We still have land. Under that, we have those rights, mineral rights, resources. We have them. What do? We go and negotiate. And they know that they're in poverty state. And that's why we accept crumbs. If you exercise your jurisdiction, you would come out as a partner that really makes changes, make it going forward. That's what I see. And that's what you have. I just want to remind you, as leaders here, that's what you have. You need to act as partners. Enough with IBAs. Those are crumbs. You want to make really positive changes, we have to stand and as a unit. That's all I want to say, amigos.
Miigwech, thank you very much. So Luke Hunter and Andrew Solomon leading right into Dr. Janet Armstrong. So Dr. Armstrong, I think you're unmuted, so you've got the floor. We can see you.
Thank you very much. Wow, that's kind of hard to follow. Thanks, everybody. My name is Dr. Armstrong. I am so honored to be with you via Zoom. I would very much like to be there in person, but our creator had different plans. The one
Actually,
highway.
Dr. Armstrong, just pause for a sec. We can barely hear you.
Oh,
I can tell you're talking, it might be from our end, so I'm going to get technicians to confirm. Is it her end? Sorry? Yeah, if you can test it out, Dr. Armstrong, let's see if we can hear you.
is that any better?
I can hear you very faintly. So I'm not sure if it's your end or our end, but our technicians are just looking at it. So
Okay.
give us a second here. Go ahead and test it out again.
Hello?
I can very faintly hear you. I know there was a hello, but we can't really hear you. So the technicians are just looking at it. Try again.
Hello?
Oh, yes, you woke us up. We're awake now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Miigwech. Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Armstrong. I'm very honored to be with you virtually. I very much wanted to be there in person. The creator had different plans, though. The one highway out of my little town was closed. So I can't afford an airplane. Anyways, I'll do my best via Zoom with the help of Luke and Andrew. First, I want to acknowledge chiefs, counselors, the elders that are present, the youth as well. I would like to say before I forget to the youth, Luke, Hunter, and Andrew have my contact information. I've been researching treaties 9 and 5 for over 30 years now. I would very much like to get in contact with you. I have to turn this knowledge over to people interested in treaty. So please contact me, and I mean that with all my heart. I will do whatever I can to assist with anything you guys are working on. So again, thank you very much for having me. I've been given a while, like quite a bit of time to present, but I don't want to bore you to death. So we'll do our best here. I'm going to try and share my screen so I can share my PowerPoint. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, great. Okay, so I was asked by Luke and Andrew to give a sort of overview of the treaties in Ontario. So I can,
Dr. Armstrong, sorry to jump in. So we see the full screen. I don't know if you want to click the slideshow button. That way we can just see the slideshow. Otherwise, we see your entire screen.
Okay, hang on a minute.
If you hit the slideshow button, usually, it's a little bit different than mine, but
Slideshow, where
there
is?
should be a play button. Does somebody up near the top?
Oh, slide control?
No, slideshow. If you take the cursor where you are, just go up a little bit. Left, left, left. Sounds like me when I get somebody to scratch my back, eh? Down a little bit.
No. Holy moly.
I'm gonna get myself in trouble here.
Uh,
No, if you get rid of that. So if you go up a little bit and then to the right, there's it says slideshow. I know you're a really good. Yeah, I'm gonna get Tamara to come and help you explain.
okay.
That way we can see the full slideshow and not your full screen. But if the cursor is there, anyway, I'll let Tamara tell you where to scratch your back.
Okay, so you're gonna see where it says file, home, insert on, do you see where it says file?
No.
You know, in the, if you're wanting to exit the
Oh, yes.
program. Okay, so you're gonna go all the way over, you're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 sides over slideshow. You're gonna click on that. And then you're gonna go from beginning, which is underneath the word file. From beginning, oh no, don't click on it, yeah. Oh no, don't click on that. Go back. The next, so hover over the word file, then you're gonna bring your mouse down a little to the next one that says from beginning.
Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so I was asked to sort of situate Treaty 9 in with the other treaties in Ontario that sort of are having bearing on what we're talking about here today. I want to give a warning before I begin. Some of what I'm about to say, I'm echoing the words of the settler government from the early 19th century and the 20th century. It's not my thinking, please. Please understand, I am the messenger, not the one coming up with the message. And some of the things I'm about to say are going to be pretty offensive. But it's I think important that we understand what was in the minds of both parties as we venture through this quick analysis of these treaties. I've also asked Luke and Andrew to jump in anytime they wish. So first, this is a very simplified map of what we're going to look at. What I'm hoping to walk us through this morning are a bit of the Robinson Huron and Robinson Superior treaties. Then we're going to jump over and look at Treaty 3. Then we're going to go up to Treaty 5, and then eventually Treaty 9. The pre-Confederation treaties we don't have time to deal with, but they're fascinating as well. So the Robinson Huron treaties, these were really the template for what was to come. So in terms of describing treaties, the Robinson treaties were like the first major treaties that dealt with large landmass, as opposed to pre-Confederation treaties that dealt with smaller parcels of land that were being purchased. So why did the Robinson treaties come about? Well, we got to go way back into 1847, 48, 49. This is when we were the government was called the Province of Canada. This is pre-Confederation. So this is pre-Canada, okay, which was in 1867. So we're looking at the 1850s when all of a sudden minerals were discovered on the shores of Lake Superior and Huron. And I mean lots of minerals. And the government of the province of Canada had begun to issue mining leases to non-native settlers and to companies. The government ignored the rights of the Aboriginal people living in that territory. Not surprisingly, the chiefs demanded that their rights be recognized and that a treaty be negotiated before any surveys or mineral development could take place on their land. So the Aboriginal people are remembering and asserting what they know to be true from the Royal Proclamation. And we'll get to that in a minute. So eventually, the government just ignored the Aboriginal people and denied any rights that Aboriginal people might have, and continued to issue mining patents to these companies. Eventually, the Anishinaabe took control of a mine at Mica Bay. If you've studied this in school for the young people there, this is known as the Mica Bay Incident. They were mining copper. The First Nations used a cannon that was left over from 1812. They got it from Sault Ste. Marie, and they actually shot the cannonball into the mine and shut it down. They demanded that the mining company leave. So after this incident, the government agreed to negotiate a treaty. I'm skipping a lot of details in here, but this was a pretty alarming incident back in the day. But it was only after this resistance that the government acknowledged the need for a treaty. The purpose of the treaty for the Anishinaabe was that their traditional lands be protected. They wanted to retain and protect their own lands. They wanted to secure their hunting and fishing rights. And they wanted to share the land. So they weren't opposed to non-native people entering their territory. They just wanted recognition of their rights, and they wanted to ensure that they and their the next generations could continue to live off the land. The Robinson Treaty today is of particular significance because of what we call the escalator clause. That is a clause in the written text of the treaty that says that the annuities would increase as the value of the land increased. So that was a hard bargain that the First Nations negotiated with Commissioner Robinson. What they wanted was they wanted to ensure that they too would prosper from any resource development in their territory. So I won't read this whole thing, but this is what the clause actually says. It says, William Robinson, on behalf of Her Majesty, wants to deal liberally. I'm going to emphasize these words, deal liberally and justly with all her subjects, promises that without incurring loss to increase the annuity hereby secured to them, then and in that case, the same shall be augmented from time to time, provided that the amount paid to each individual shall not exceed the sum of £1 provincial currency. So of course, this is pre-dollars, this is in British pounds. If you've at all been listening to the news about the annuities, the Robinson Treaty annuities case, this is what it's about. It's about this escalator clause, because the government of Canada in subsequent years totally ignored it. Okay, so that's a quick look at the Robinson treaties. Let's jump over to treaty number 3, which is in the Lake of the Woods territory. So this is to the southern west of Treaty 9. The reason I'm looking at Treaty 3 is because it has a direct impact on what happened in Treaties 9 and 5. Also because, which I'm going to get to, Treaty 3 was actually supposed to be Treaty 1 if the government had had its way. By this time now, the government of Canada, or the Dominion government, was anxious to settle with the First Nations living in the Lake of the Woods territory because they needed peaceful access from Ottawa all the way over to through the Lake of the Woods, all the way over to the Red River Colony in Manitoba, which was then called Selkirk Territory. Back in the day, if you've studied history, you'll know this was when this was right after the Dominion government obtained what was called the Rupert's Land Purchase, obtained the Hudson's Bay Company charter lands. The First Nations in Red River were not amused that their rights were not recognized, including the Métis. There was resistance, and the Governor General Archibald was trying to establish government, like literally establish a government out there. And the government of Canada needed access for the troops, the military troops, in case things got really bad. As well, they needed to be able to send settlers that way to further populate the area. So Canada needed access to that territory, and the road that they were planning, as well as the CPR, the Canadian Pacific Railroad, literally passed right through the Treaty 3 First Nations traditional territories. So again, notice that the treaty is getting negotiated or getting considered when Canada needs the land. In the eyes of the Dominion government, Treaty 3 was supposed to be Treaty 1, and what happened was the government of Canada sent commissioners out twice, 2 years in a row, to deal with the First Nations living in Treaty 3 territory, and the terms that they were offering were not accepted. One of the big areas of disagreement for the Anishinaabe of Treaty 3 was they wanted compensation for access through their territory. They weren't talking about surrender of land or anything like that. They wanted sort of like, I guess you'd call it today, rent for using the roads through their territory. And the government of Canada did not want to deal with that. They wanted to negotiate a global treaty. Okay, eventually, the commissioners offered a payment of $12. So that's what we call a gift, or they call it a gratuity. $12 per person upon signing the treaty, and an annuity of $7. Another treaty term was that reserves were to be 1 square mile per family of 5. The treaty also promised agricultural provisions, including implements, seed, and cattle, and an annual sum of $1,500 for ammunition and twine. Of course, the ammunition for hunting and the twine for making nets. The treaty also stated in the written text that Her Majesty agrees to maintain schools for the instruction in such reserves hereby made, that the government of Canada may deem advisable whenever the Indians of the reserves shall desire it. So that's schools. Another clause in the written text of Treaty 3 is that Her Majesty will ensure that there are no intoxicating liquors allowed or introduced or sold within the reserves. And basically, this is known as the Liquor Protection Clause. I believe it's courts have interpreted that today to mean much more than just liquor. It would also include drugs. And then it has the written text of Treaty 3 has what lawyers will call the taking up clause. This is the clause in the written text of the treaty that says First Nation people can continue their rights to pursue hunting, fishing throughout the surrendered tract, subject to such regulations as may from time to time be made by her government of her Dominion of Canada, and saving and accepting such tracts as may from time to time be required or taken up for settlement, mining, lumbering, or other purposes. So we're going to see more about this taking up clause when we look at Treaty 9. The text of Treaty 3 also included agricultural benefits. It states it is further agreed between Her Majesty and the said Indians that the following articles shall be supplied to any band of the said Indians who are now actually cultivating the soil or who shall hereinafter commence to cultivate the land. These are the articles that are actually listed in the written text of Treaty 3. There would be 2 hoes for every family actually cultivating the soil, 1 spade per family, 1 plow for every team of oxen for every family, 5 harrows for every 20 families, 1 scythe for every family. I got to move my strip there. 1 axe, 1 cross-cut saw, 1 hand saw, 1 pit saw, the necessary files, grindstone, auger, and also for each chief for the use of his band, 1 chest of ordinary carpenter's tools. Also for each band, enough wheat, barley, potatoes, and oats to plant the land, actually broken up for cultivation by such band. Also for each band, 1 yoke of oxen, 1 bull, and 4 cows. These were to be given once and for all for the encouragement of the practice of agriculture among the Indians. This is photos just to give you an example of what they're talking about. This would be the chest of carpenter's tools in the middle there. On the right would be the oxen, the 2 ox with the plow in between. So the significance of this inclusion in Treaty 3 was the Aboriginal people knew that times were changing and they were trying to augment their traditional ways of life. They weren't abandoning the traditional ways of life. They wanted to augment by farming because they also understood that this was going to be a way to prosper in the future for themselves and for their children. And the partnership with the settler government meant, in their eyes, that First Nations and settlers would move forward together. And this was one of the ways they were going to move forward together. Okay, so during the treaty negotiations, and we have a really good record of what happened. It's called the PAPOM Treaty. It was a set of notes that were kept outside of the actual treaty text. I was going to include it, but we don't have enough time. But if you're ever interested, it's called the PAPOM Treaty. So Treaty Commissioner Morris, who was also the Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories at the time, he made repeated references to the Great Spirit when he was talking to the First Nation people that were gathered. He described the relationship between First Nations and the Queen's subjects as one of friendship and goodwill. He emphasized that he was a direct representative of the Queen, whom he described as charitable. Because of this representation, because he made it clear that he was a direct representative of the Queen, he held much more status in the eyes of the First Nations people than the prior commissioners that had been sent out the years before, the years where the First Nation people rejected the terms. Okay, so that's like a really quick blast through Treaty 3. I'm just looking at the treaty provisions. I'm not looking at the spirit and intent really, but again, trying to situate Treaty 9 and Treaty 5 in this story. So next we have Treaty number 5. This was made in 1875 at Barons River in Norway House. Remember I said that the government of Canada in the Robinson Treaties and Treaty 3 began to consider the need for a treaty when they needed something themselves, which was access to land, one for mining and one for railroad and right-of-way. Same thing with treaty number 5. By this time, there were big steamships on Lake Winnipeg, and there were beginning to be non-native settlers all around Lake Winnipeg, setting up sawmills. They were also discovering minerals, and the settlement had reached such a point that Norway House First Nations were looking to relocate. It's a really fascinating story about what happened around Lake Winnipeg. But for the Crown, for the government of Canada, they knew that they needed to make a treaty because they had all these steamboats in the lake. And obviously these boats needed right-of-way passage. And they also knew that they were bringing settlers that were eventually going to need settle on the land. Okay, so the Barons River people actually wrote a petition to the Crown asking for treaty when they saw what was going on in their traditional territories. By this point, when you read the Hudson's Bay Company journals for this time period, their hunting grounds were really, really deplete of fur-bearing animals. There were many factors leading up to this. One of the best resources on this time period is a book by Frank Tuff. It's called As Their Natural Resources Fail. He talks about how the role of the Hudson's Bay Company contributed to this situation. But just to summarize, Chief Jacob Barons wrote that our hunting grounds are nearly empty of fur. Our future is dark. We are urged to follow the example of the white people and cultivate our land. So again, like the First Nations people in Treaty 3, the First Nations were looking to augment their traditional way of life and to move forward in partnership with the First Nation, with the white settlers. They asked for tools and implements so that they could engage in agriculture. The picture on the right is a picture of Chief Jacob Barons. The proportions are a little bit mixed up, but Chief Barons is wearing one of his war medals, and I believe this photo is hanging up in the legislature in Manitoba. So when we get to the terms of the treaty, this treaty was a little bit different than Treaty 3. The reserve lands that were to be set aside were only 160 acres per family. If you'll recall, in Treaty 3, it was 1 square mile, which is 640 acres. So the Treaty 5 provision was 1/4 of what the Treaty 3 provision was. And in farming terms, that was a quarter lot, a quarter section. Also, there was an annuity of $5 per person, promised the maintenance of schools, protection against the liquor trade, the sum of $500 per annum for the purchase of ammunition and twine for nets. Again, agricultural equipment and an annual salary of $25 for each chief and $15 for each counselor. In addition, the chiefs would receive a suitable suit of clothing every 3 years, together with a flag and a medal upon signing the treaty. I don't know if this link is going to work, but I want to make sure that everybody knows that the Anishinaabe Nation has been working really hard on a NAN treaty website. In this website, you can find way more information about Treaty 3 and Treaty 5 than I can cover here today. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't even want to try it. But if you go to NAN treaties on the web, you'll find this treaty website. In here, we cover treaty making, pre-treaty events, treaties 5 and 9. It's got tons of information in there. A lot of what I'm telling you today is included on this website. Maybe Luke can help on his end, show you more about what's in there. So again, I'm blowing through these treaties really quickly, but if you need more information, please go to this site. We're still working on it. The thing we're doing right now is adding video clips of the elders that we've spoken to over the years. Okay, so I got to take a break here before I launch into this. All right, so we've done a little bit about the Robinson treaties, Treaty 3 and Treaty 5. What's going on in the government's world outside of these treaties is litigation stemming from the British North America Act. So the two governments are in court fighting with each other over which level of government is liable for the terms of the treaty, of the treaties in Ontario. Okay, this is only Ontario. What happens, it culminates in something called the St. Catharines Milling case. I'm going to go through this. You're going to want to kill me for what I'm saying, but here it is. All right, so back to Treaty 3 territory. And this is the political context of what's surrounding the governments during this time period in Canadian history. So in 1883, the federal government issued a timber lease to the St. Catharines Milling Company to cut down trees in the territory covered by Treaty 3. So this is post-Confederation, which was 1867. This is the federal government issuing a timber lease to a treaty territory. The question comes up, obviously, who owns the land after a treaty is signed? So again, I'm talking to you about the way both governments are thinking, not the First Nations. The federal government, under Sir John A. Macdonald, who was the Prime Minister at the time, he believed that once a treaty was signed, in this case, Treaty 3, the title to the land would pass to the federal crown. So think about what that means. You know how today we just kind of assume, or the governments assume, that once Treaty 9 was made, title to the land and resources is with Ontario? Sir John A. Macdonald was disputing that. He was saying, no, this is treaty territory. Under the British North America Act, the federal government is responsible for Indians and Indian lands. The treaty territory is still Indian land, therefore this is federal jurisdiction. I hope I'm making sense, because this is really complicated. The Aboriginal title, according to the federal government, who was fighting with Ontario, was something like Aboriginal people having full ownership, or what we would say property rights. So Sir John A. Macdonald argued, since the land was covered by Treaty 3, or an Indian treaty, and Indian lands The whole territory are federal lands. The federal government has jurisdiction and should therefore be the government to issue mining permits, timber licenses, timber leases, etc. Why does anyone care about this stuff back then? Because that is the source of revenue for the government. There is no personal income tax back in 1883. So the royalties they get from these leases and patents are the revenue for the government. It's all about money. Ontario argued with Canada, saying, wait a minute, the land, once a treaty is made, the title to that land becomes provincial jurisdiction. And they introduced the concept of Aboriginal title into their argument. And they say Indians only had a right to enjoy and use the land. They did not have property rights like non-Aboriginal settlers. The underlying title to the land since Confederation was with the province of Ontario. This is being argued directly in court, directly from the Premier of Ontario at the time, Premier Mowat. They also argued that Aboriginal people couldn't possibly possess property since they were nomadic wanderers unattached to any particular territory. The ignorance in the statements that are made before the courts are spectacular. Again, if you go back to the NAN treaty website, there's a section called pre-treaty events, and we have in there every single newspaper article covering the case at the time in the 1880s. And one of them contains Ontario's lawyers' arguments before the court, and you can see or read exactly what is said by these lawyers before the court. So according to the white settler government of Ontario, Aboriginal people could not possess the land or own the land because from what they could see, you're just wandering around the land. There was no comprehension of the seasonal use, the seasonal patterns, or even how the land was occupied at all. Additionally, in these court proceedings, there was not one piece of evidence about how the Ojibwe lived on their land or understood the land or the treaty. So the arguments involving Aboriginal treaty rights are being made by governments in a court, and First Nation people aren't present. So Canada, back to Canada now. Canada goes, well, wait a minute, Ontario, you're wrong. The Royal Proclamation gave a right and property to the First Nations. Once the lands are ceded or surrendered by treaty, the lands belong to the federal crown. So it goes to, the case is moving up from the lower courts. Now it's in the Ontario court in 1885. And that court rules Indians did not have property rights. The lands were not Indian lands at Confederation. Therefore, the title, the right to issue patents, leases, etc., goes to Ontario. It gets appealed and it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada. This court says Indians enjoyed some sort of rights to the land before treaty, but it was not full title. Only reserves were Indian lands. So think about that. That statement alone, I could go on for hours, but the Royal Proclamation promised that lands that were not being purchased and settled were still Aboriginal territory. What the court said here was only the reserve lands were now subject to Aboriginal title. The remainder of the lands covered by the treaty were provincial lands. So this is, they're conflating traditional lands with reserve lands now. This goes all the way up to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in England in 1888. The short form is the JCPC. This is back in the day in Canadian history where this was our Supreme Court. That all the major decisions had to go back to England for this Judicial Committee of the Privy Council to decide. So this is what the JCPC decides. These are people in England, men, non-natives, no native input into this argument at all. They say Treaty 3 extinguished any Indian title that may have existed. Whatever title the Indians held was just personal. And usufructuary, that's a very strange word that just kind of means like use rights, like the right to use and enjoy the land. All land belonged to Ontario. I can't see the audience there, but do you guys want me to take a break up?
Yeah, I think you can keep going, Dr. Armstrong.
Okay, I realize this is really offensive and I'm just trying to get through it. Thank you.
I think some of us are getting really angry as we listen.
Yeah. I'm so
But-
sorry, but I want to tell the truth of what was happening. And I apologize. Okay. So we've got the two governments fighting about who has title to the land once a treaty is made. After that judicial committee of the Privy Council's decision, Canada realizes it's got to come to an agreement with Ontario about any future treaties that are going to be made, as well as about Treaty 3, even though that was in the past. So Treaty 3 has already been negotiated. Ontario saying, wait a minute, you went ahead and promised reserve lands and terms to land that actually belong to us. So they enter into this thing called the 1894 agreement. And in this agreement, it says that Ontario insisted that the federal government could not promise land that belonged to the province when making treaties. In any future treaties, meaning Treaty 9, Ontario must agree to the terms first and appoint a treaty commissioner to look out for Ontario's interests. Ontario asserted that the underlying title belonged to Ontario. And this is in the correspondence from the Ontario officials at the time. The reserves were a necessary obligation or burden, and Ontario's interests would come first when reserves were selected. So because of that 1894 agreement, when the two governments began to discuss the terms of Treaty Number 9, they repeated that agreement and brought it into Treaty 9 in what is known as a July 3rd, 1905 agreement. This here is like a picture of the cover page of the engrossed document. Okay, even I have to take a break here. So the two governments have agreed. In any future treaties, those two governments have to come to an agreement before they go to the First Nation people. They start writing back and forth to each other about the proposed terms of Treaty 9. Why are they even considering Treaty 9 in 1901, 1902? It's because First Nations in that territory are petitioning the government saying, wait a minute, there's people coming up here cutting down trees, they're mining, the railroad's plowing through our territories, that's in like the Chapleau area. We demand a treaty. And Canada starts approaching Ontario saying it's a longstanding policy that we make treaty with these people before we encroach upon the lands. So we better come to terms about an agreement. But Ontario was like, well, wait a minute, we don't even know what we're liable for yet. There's still issues before the court. One of the main issues that was still being argued in court is which level of government is responsible for the annuity payments. This did not get decided until 1910. So the two governments are writing terms back and forth to each other. Finally, because they know they have to go out there and make a treaty because First Nations are petitioning, Canada says, okay, why don't we just write out some terms and these will be the maximum terms allowed. We can get Ontario to agree to the maximum terms pending the litigation. One of these terms was that Ontario would nominate one of the treaty commissioners, who we come to know to be Daniel George McMartin, and that Ontario would assume the liability for the annuity payments. They write this up in their agreement. They say Ontario will agree to this treaty as long as it does not exceed a present of $8 per person, $4 annuity, and they throw in this clause that says no site suitable for the development of water power exceeding 500 horsepower shall be included in any reserve. So just to be clear, Canada and Ontario have come to an agreement about the maximum terms of the treaty before they even leave the city. That's why the elders will tell you that there was no meaningful negotiations when the treaty commissioners came to meet the First Nation people. The agreement outlining Ontario's important role was not discussed with or shown to the First Nations. So this document that had maximum terms, as well as terms outside of the text of the treaty, was never shown or discussed with the First Nations. The treaty was presented as a final document. No changes could be made, no room for discussion, no input from the First Nations. Before I say this next slide, I almost forgot something very important. This July 3rd, 1905 agreement that outlined the terms of Treaty 9 that could not be exceeded when the commissioners went to meet with your ancestors, that thing had not even been, the word is engrossed, like that fancy writing with the calligraphy pen. That thing had not even been written yet. It was not appended to the treaty until way later. So it's not only that they didn't discuss it, they didn't even have it with them. Okay, so back to treaty making. Remember in the Robinson treaties and in Treaty 3 and in Treaty 5, we saw repeated references to the commissioners being direct representatives of the Crown. In the case of Treaty 9, this was particularly true. The commissioners, as we will find in their diaries that are also available on that NAN website, they repeatedly said the king has sent his representatives to negotiate a treaty with them and advance their interests, as he wished all his subjects to be happy and prosperous. So we've got the commissioners saying they're direct representatives of the Crown, and the Crown only wants to advance their interests. And the words happy and prosperous get repeated at every place along the way. Another important feature of Treaty 9 is rather than all the First Nation people gathering in one central location, as had been done in the Robinson treaties and in Treaty 3, the commissioners decided that they would go from one community to another. This would make things much simpler or easier for them to negotiate with individual First Nations as opposed to the collection of First Nations all at once. Okay, during the treaty ceremonies, this is what the commissioners report, and this was also told to me many times by the elders that I've interviewed over the years. The king had sent his representatives to enter into treaty with them, as he wished all his subjects, both whites and Indians, to be happy and prosperous. That was said at Fort Albany. At Agoki, the king had sent his representatives to negotiate a treaty with them and advance their interests. He wished all his subjects to be happy and prosperous. At Yamaktung, the king had sent the commission to see how his people were and to enter into a treaty with them, and that the king wished to help his subjects and see that they were happy and comfortable. At Moose Factory, the king wished them to be happy and prosperous. The treaty commissioners stated, and this is in the McMartin diary that I'm sure we've all heard about, Treaty Commissioner McMartin, who was the commissioner nominated by the Ontario government to look out for Ontario's interests. He reports in his diary, they were promised they could hunt and fish as of old, and they were not restricted as to territory. The reserve merely being a home for them where no white man could interfere or trespass upon, that the land was theirs forever. I'm just checking on what time it is here. Whoa, okay. All right, so let's look at this carefully. The First Nation people were told you could continue to hunt and fish as of old. Okay, in other words, the way you've always lived. You weren't restricted to territory, as in you don't have to, you can hunt and fish anywhere, as you always have done, not just on your reserve. The reserve, and it was explained over and over again, it was just a place where no white man could come. So it was going to be exclusively owned by First Nation people. But you can continue to use the land as you always have. In other words, the rest of the land is going to be shared because we're here to make an agreement so that we can come see you, is how the elders expressed it, that the government wants to come see you. So if you have the same rights, the same use of your traditional territory, and you're agreeing to let the non-native come see you, that's sharing. Commissioner McMartin also wrote, a reserve or tract of land would be set aside and surveyed in the near future for their sole use and benefit. They weren't obliged to live on the same and were also allowed as of yore to hunt and fish where they pleased. Okay, according to the commissioners themselves, so again, this is not your ancestors. We'll get to that in a minute. The guy there in that picture is Duncan Campbell Scott. He's the head treaty negotiator. He was once the accountant for the Department of Indian Affairs, and then he got promoted to treaty negotiator. He was a poet, so if you ever see books by him written about his trips during Treaty 9, that's his poetry about what he experienced. So the commissioners, after they make the treaty, they have to write an official report for the government. Now, in political science terms, a treaty commissioner is an important role. When you're a commissioner and you're representing the crown, it's a very important position to have. And the joint report that these guys have to write is an official report on a treaty. So when you look at what it looks like in the archives, it's going to have like a sealed wax from the crown, and it's written in calligraphy. It's very fancy. So this isn't just like some memo getting written, okay? This is their official report on the treaty. And this is what they said. When the treaty was made, this is what the First Nations pledged. Not to interfere with white men who might come into the country surveying, prospecting, hunting, or in any other occupation, that they must respect the laws of the land in every particular, that their reserves were set apart for them in order that they may have a tract in which they could not be molested, and where no white man would have any claim without the consent of their tribe and the government. I'm going to leave this slide up for a minute and ask you, what did they not say in here? This is what the First Nations people pledged. They wouldn't interfere with white guys. They're going to respect the laws of the land, which Louis Byrd taught me later meant the law of the Bible. Reserves were set aside where no white man could come. There's not one word in here about surrender. And that's the official government report on the treaty. In their joint report, there is no mention of First Nations being told they were surrendering Aboriginal title to the land. If there had been, it would have been in what was in the pledge. Now, Duncan Campbell Scott, that guy I told you about that used to be an accountant and a poet, he fancied himself quite the author. He actually won a poet laureate award in Canada. He wrote this article for a newspaper called Scribner's back in the day. This was a very popular magazine type thing, kind of like what Maclean's would be today. And he wrote about what happened on this treaty trip. And of course, he's the head commissioner. This is what he writes. They were to make certain promises, and we were to make certain promises. But our purpose and our reasons were alike unknowable. This is the head treaty commissioner of Canada writing that neither party understood the other party. What could they, your ancestors, grasp of the pronouncement on the Indian tenure, which had been delivered by the law lords of the crown? What he's referring to there is the St. Catharines milling decision of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. So what he's saying is, what could the First Nation people understand about our understanding of Aboriginal title and property rights? What of the elaborate negotiations between a Dominion and a province which had made the treaty possible? That's that July 3rd, 1905 agreement that was never shown to the First Nation people. Again, this is the head commissioner of Canada writing in a magazine. What could the First Nations have understood? What could they have known about this deliberation on Aboriginal title? What could they have known about the intergovernmental agreement that we made before we even left? What of the sense of traditional policy which brooded over the whole? By that, they mean this was the policy of the government of Canada to make a treaty with First Nations people and follow certain protocols in order to clear the title from the land. And then he says something quite spectacular. He says nothing. What could they have understood? Nothing. So there was no basis for argument. The simpler facts had to be stated, and the paternal idea developed that the king is the great father of the Indians, ever watchful over their interests and ever compassionate. And I'm sort of glad I can't see the room right now. This is the head commissioner of Canada saying there was no basis for argument because no one understood. And because of that, we had to just express in very simplistic terms that the king is ever watchful over your interests and wants nothing but for you to be happy and prosperous. Okay. What did the First Nations people believe had happened when the treaty was made? What I'm about to tell you is coming from many, many, many accounts that have been recorded or oral interviews. I myself have done over 100 interviews over the past 30 years. I could have spent like 2 hours on just the oral history. Again, we're adding that to the website, so we won't leave you hanging. We're just going to give you the gist of it here. Luke wanted me to talk about the research that we've done, and this is part of it. At Mishkegogomeng, the commissioners reported, this is the commissioners reporting, they were prepared to sign as they believed that nothing but good was intended. So again, Scott himself said in his magazine article, the paternalistic idea that we're ever watchful over your interest and nothing but good was intended. Okay. When you listen to the elders, it's very clear that the chiefs and headmen, hang on, I got to move my strip here. The chiefs and headmen understood that the reserve was to be set aside as their hunting grounds. At each spot along the way, at Iadmatong and Agoki, it's the most well documented. The chiefs and headmen are asking for huge tracts of land, including the important waterways. And there's no way that there was an understanding of 1 square mile per family of 5. They were outlining their traditional hunting grounds. Why is this important? It's important because this is where they were told no white man would interfere. So we know that the purpose of the reserve was not understood when it was being discussed. Getting to the oral history about the reserves and the traditional hunting grounds. The traditional territories and the reserves were being discussed at the same time in these very quick meetings. I like how the prior speaker said these things were done in haste. The elder told us that. Let's not do this in haste. Because most oftentimes the commissioners were only in these communities for 1 day or 1 day and 1 overnight. And they're discussing these huge issues. And so when the commissioners are talking about reserves versus traditional territories, they're not making it clear what they mean. But they kept saying reserves are a place where no white man could trespass. The rest of the territory was going to be shared. The elders have also told us, this is Robert Lawrence from Matagami. This elder was interviewed by Jim Morrison, who I recommend you read everything Jim's ever written. Again, it's going to be on the website. Jim's studied Treaty 9 extensively. He really knows what the spirit and intent of the treaty was. This is what Robert Lawrence says. I know there was no question about their hunting, you see. The crown lands, any crown lands, they would be able to hunt as long as they could, you see. Elder Willie Mitchell of Fort Severn, I spoke to Willie. Those commissioners were holding the arms of the chief. Willie remembered seeing this. Hang on a minute, I've got to move my strip again. They were holding the arms of the chief, and there was a translator there. His name was Charlie Gray. The commissioners said, "This is yours, chief, and the king has declared that you are his subjects. He wants to keep you, and that he will not allow you to starve as long as the sun shines, the rivers flow. The crown will look after you." When I remember Willie telling me when the commissioner held a chief's arm, they were looking out at the river at Fort Severn. Elder John Fletcher of Moose Factory. He was born in 1889 and witnessed the treaty. I think he was young, a little kid. He remembers the treaty commissioner said, "Nothing will alter your way of life. We will share this land with you, with your people. You will not lose your culture if you sign this treaty." Elder John Hukamulan of Attawapiskat. I interviewed John. They'd been promised help in all forms by the white people. They promised them assistance, and they used grass as the example, as long as the grass grows. And the water's flowing. That is how long it would last. Assistance in the form of healthcare and welfare and housing. They said we would have water and a house. I remember being told that they pointed to the Hudson's Bay Company structure and to the Indian agent's house and said, "You will have this." Some say the land was given, but some of them said not all of it, but just to share, they use equally the native and the non-native people. Gordy Semple of Casablanca. They had been promised in all forms by white people. They promised assistance and they used grass as the example. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. They said the person promised that having done this, having a treaty signed, people in giving to agreeing to the treaty, what these people were proposing. Hang on a minute. I'm getting myself really mixed up with this film strip. He used the sun, as long as the sun shines is what he was told. He looked down to the grass and he said, as long as the grass grows. Willie Wesley of Cash, what they would do, they asked for the land for them to own, and the people agreed, and everything in the future would be free for them. And the elders talked about it, and it sounded very good. Everything that would be done for them and the things they would receive. They were never asked to give up the land forever. They were only asked they owned the land. They were told that they would have houses like the manager's house. That's the way it was. In the future, sorry. Willie again. After that, after they agreed to give the land, he thanked them for giving up their land. And they said, "Now I will give you some promises. Do you see the sun? Do you see the river flowing and the grass growing? As long as these things exist, my agreement will exist." Okay, so again, we are adding the elders' statements. Many of them actually have been done on Sony Handycam recorder. So we're dealing with the technical issues involved in that. What was agreed to according to the text of Treaty 9, and I know you guys are all familiar with this, that famous taking up clause. Remember, we saw it in Treaty 3, that lands may be taken up from time to time that are needed for settlement, mining, lumbering, trading, or other purposes. That's in the written text of the treaty. I couldn't find it for this presentation, but I have it. There's a letter written by Reverend Renison, who was present at the treaty in Mushkegowuk territory. And he wrote to the government and he said, I was there for the treaty and I saw that clause in the treaty later, like in the 1920s. And he goes, that's going to cause many problems, which means that First Nations people did not see that clause, nor was it discussed. Okay, again, according to the text of Treaty 9, His Majesty the King hereby agrees and undertakes to lay aside reserves for each band, the same not to exceed in all 1 square mile for each family of 5. So that's the same as we saw in Treaty 3, or in that proportion for larger and smaller families. And the location of the said reserves having been arranged between His Majesty's commissioners and the chiefs and headmen as described in the schedule of reserves hereto attached, the boundaries thereof to be hereafter surveyed and defined. What I want to say about this is the understanding at the time was that the surveyors would come out the very next year. And for all kinds of reasons, that did not happen in most cases. So by the time some of the surveyors came out, the population of the First Nation had changed, but they did not allow for the growth. Okay, in Treaty Number 9, they agreed to $8 a present. This was explained as a gift. It was said to be a one-time gift with in order to show the satisfaction of His Majesty with the behavior and good conduct of his Indians. At that time, what that would have meant was there were a lot of non-native settlers selling bootleg liquor, especially in the Mushkegowuk territory. So when the commissioners are speaking about good behavior, they're talking about the First Nation people not purchasing the liquor because it was becoming a really big problem. That's how it would have been understood in the day. And in extinguishment of all their past claims, he hereby, through his commissioners, agrees to make each Indian a present of $8 in cash. The annuity, which is the annual payment, so the $8 is a one-time like signing bonus, they call it. The annual payment, as you guys joked about at the beginning, is your $4. Again, that was to show His Majesty's satisfaction with the good conduct of the Indians. Each chief was going to get a flag, a suitable flag, and a copy of this treaty. I will tell you that the copy of the treaty was never given. There are some communities that have copies, but in most cases, they were not made available. And of course, definitely not the big handwritten fancy one. The Crown also agreed to pay such salaries to the teachers to instruct the children of the said First Nations and to provide school buildings. And a quick little comparison here. Okay. The reserves in Treaty 3, the reserves were described as being land for farming lands, as well as other reserves not to exceed 1 square mile per family of 5. In Treaty 9, no farming lands, just reserves not to exceed 1 square mile per family of 5. Treaty 3, a one-time gift of $12. Treaty 9, $8. Treaty 3, an annuity payment, an annual payment of $5. Treaty 9, an annual payment of $4. In Treaty 3, The Crown agreed to maintain schools for instruction in Treaty 9, not only schools, but also to pay the teachers' salaries. Now, in Treaty 3, there was a promise that the First Nations would be protected from liquor. That's not in Treaty 9. In Treaty 3, $1,500 per year in the purchase of ammunition and twine for nets, not in Treaty 9. In Treaty 3, lots of agricultural implements, as you might recall, I showed you pictures of a carpenter's chest, hoes, spades, a yoke of oxen, which in those days was very important. That's how you tilled your land. And plows, nothing like that in Treaty 9. Also in Treaty 3, there was an annual salary for chiefs of $25 and $15 for counselors. Not in Treaty 9. So one might ask themselves, why the difference? And I would suggest to you that the difference is because Ontario insisted on being, insisted on having a veto right over the terms of the treaty. And in July of 1905, the two governments agreed that the terms they wrote out in their own little list were to be the maximum terms. And because neither government would agree to be liable for the terms of the treaty, they weren't going to add very expensive items like $1,500 for ammunition and twine. I will also add that the commissioners were fully aware of the fact that in most of the Anishinaabe territory, farming was not going to be a major form of a major way of living. They knew that the people would continue to hunt, trap, and fish for decades to come, just because of the land. The land was not arable. But instead of discussing with the First Nations people a way forward, like what can we do to augment your way of life, nothing was said. So I'm sure that I've really left a bad taste in most of your mouths. I need to take a break just for a second. Hopefully I'm asking Luke or Andrew to come up and give a bit of a comment. I'll stop sharing my screen for a minute.
So when you look at the treaty itself on page 19, I'm just referring to treaty number 9. The actual agreement is on page 19. 1, 2, 3 pages. That's it. But don't feel that discouraged. And the only reason why they did it was to make a thick propaganda for their constituents, for the Canadian people. What I want to talk about is the 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 4th paragraph. That's a really important paragraph. When you look at it, it reads that first off, you got to understand, they recognize us as a nation. Only treaties can make, nations can only go into agreements. But what they did right here is on the 4th paragraph, they brought you down to the government level. So you have the government. It says that you appoint somebody, and this person that you appoint is going to be the leader, a chief and a headman. That's what it says there. And they shall have the same obligations as the government. So you chiefs right here, it's a treaty right. Being a chief is a treaty right. It's not about popularity contest in the communities. It's choosing the right leader. That's what that's what it means. The reason why I said that, if you look at the quotes here, look at the quotes. It says here to hereby solemnly promise and engage to strictly observe the treaty, this treaty. But what have we been doing? We have been doing that. We have been really living to the terms of the treaty. You as a government, you as leaders, you as chiefs, you have done that. And that's why I said we have to look at a bigger picture. Partnership. And you have the authority as chiefs, you have that. That's what it says here. So they hook themselves in it. And all the stuff that our promises that were made, it talks about the promises that our elders talk about. Governance and justice. Those are the promises. Healthcare, because there was a doctor there. Housing, and when needed, relief for your well-being. Mental health program, mental health issues. Or where we're starving, they would give us relief on that. En is het de twan en is de togge gehad. Niet sure nagano. As het tamagoina, promises. Is to nas come done. What's written. And we have to study the written portion about. The other thing you have to remember is this. If you have the same obligations as a government, listen to this one here. It talks about the taken up clause. And it says, as may, from time to time. Talks about as may from time to time. Doesn't say shall, as may from time to time. And what they've been doing? They have it. Shall. No, it says may. So you as a government have the right to go see them and say, hey, what are you doing? But you have to do it together in order to achieve it, because that's the problem. Treaty, we're all in it together. As treaty number 9, addition number and added to 1930, 1930. We also have treaty number 5, addition 1910. We have to go in together. It's inclusive. It's like taking a box of our bag of sugar. You can't sprinkle it and say these guys are representing the treaty. Has to be the whole bag going forward and supporting one another. Migas.
Migach, Andrew. So I know Dr. Armstrong was just taking a break, but I had committed to continuing until 12:30, and it's past 12:30. And I know I am often reminded, some of us, we need to nourish our bodies. Some people might be diabetic. We need to take a break, have some food. So what we will do is we will take a break for 1 hour, and then we will come back. But I'd like to continue with this discussion, because I'm sure that there are questions. And I will come back to Dr. Armstrong. Hopefully you're available again in an hour. We'll continue the discussion and then open it up if you do have any questions and continue on with this afternoon's agenda. So with that, I'm going to ask for a blessing of the food. Donnie, kinagdayam chige, kawis nanung. I'll ask Chief Donnie Morris to offer a prayer to bless the food. Mike, you don't need him. No comment. You, you, you can turn your microphone on, even though I know we can hear you. Yeah.
Mia,
Yeah.
Mia, noche nanako. Kasi ka gani na chigi pijan ma. Nagot sa mijim kaya bastok. Nugmachem Jesus. Chigi kisha andaman. Chigi munchikago. Mina gona gagwa chtumagwago. Kaya na chigi munsene kupiti kami mo. Utanchikiyo na. Mina magay na gakopya gagini gana bya. Kichima chidon. We got been hamak, the mountains ganam, the chakna, Bejagan, which we munchkagak, Bejik medium gagabastak. She get a nice scamagak, or not chigan, scott, but a mouchy jack, Gaknago to munsek, to majamagak, which is an akum Jesus. Amen. Amen.
Good. So we will be back 1:30. 1:30.
Here, that's what I said. I said, these are. Yeah. My booklet like this. You should ask that lady standing there. Yeah.
I'd like to make an announcement that dinner is served on the left side of me, and if you're facing me, then it's on the right side. Just a quick heads up. Rich. Hello? Okay. I'd like to remind the chiefs in the room that if you're here, you would need to sign in at the front desk for the afternoon. Yes.
So it is now 1:30, and I know chiefs, delegates are out in the hall. So we'll give it another minute. People just finishing up lunch, getting a break, and doing some networking out in the halls. So we'll have the doors open, but we'll give people a hint that it's time to get started. Hajigagat, so maybe about 2 minutes. And we can reconvene, continue on with the discussion from this morning. So 2 minutes, we'll get started. Leave my copy of the agenda over here, did I? No. Okay. That's my name.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we got you. We got three at the table. We're gonna get started.
For in camera, give me
Okay.
YouTube live stream.
Okay.
And Zoom call I'll keep.
Do you know who you're keeping on during the Zoom?
I still don't know, but I've talked to my yeah.
Yeah, they'll know. Yeah, practice program. Just everybody can stay on the thing. It's not, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Chief Bessie and Chief.
They'll stay on. But even the staff that are on, can probably stay on. If I just keep going, coming already here.
It's all good. I've never had a problem working with you. It's always I get enough time and everything. But I just wanted to make sure.
Very good, thanks. So we'll get started, just waiting on chiefs and proxies just to make their way back into the room. Hopefully people will be rejoining us. And then at that point, I'm going to turn it over to Luke. I don't know if you're going to be coming up, but Luke and Dr. Armstrong and Andrew to finish up the presentation. And then I wanted to open it up for any questions. I know there might be some questions on the presentation. When
I think the presentation is done. I think it's
Okay.
just more of a
Just to
Q&A
wrap up. Yep.
for Dr. Armstrong.
Okay,
Yep,
but you'll be around?
I'll be around.
Okay. Yeah, again, so we're just waiting. During lunch, I was reminded about giving Dr. Armstrong, you know, that left, down, right, right there. I was raised by my grandmother, in part. There was three of us cousins. We were raised as siblings, so I was the youngest. I was the spoiled little brat. But it was one of my jobs as the youngest was to scratch Kokum's back. So that was one of my jobs. So, but it feels really nice when somebody's scratching your back. Again, I'll stop there.
Too much information.
Too much. Again, just waiting on chiefs to make their way back. We did have a number of chiefs online. I just want to confirm. It looks like we've got Chief, from what I can see anyway on the screen, Chief Wabas is online. I think we had Chief Wesley on as well. It looks like we do. And chiefs are just making their way back into the assembly room. So with that, we will reconvene. Just a quick recap, though, for this afternoon's agenda. Of course, things have been pushed ahead a little bit, or pushed back a little bit. But we will, after this session, we'd like to allow for any Q&A any questions you have for Dr. Armstrong. And then we'll move on to the next agenda item, which of course is dealing with litigation, dealing with some of the court cases happening affecting treaty rights. And of course, because it is litigation, dealing with information that is going through the court system, it was felt that it's not good to have those discussions in a forum where the other party, the government, can hear our internal strategy sessions. So that's why there is a requirement to go in camera. It's very important to be open, transparent with our communities, our community members. But the drawback to keeping it open, again, is the other parties are, of course, able to listen. And when you're dealing with strategy, it's important to be strong, talk openly about options, which may be different. We may have different views, but it's important to do that internally. So with that, Dr. Armstrong is here. I'll let you sort of conclude if there was anything else. I think you were almost done, Dr. Armstrong, but if you can start to wrap up, and then we'll open it up. But I see in the meantime, Frank McKay, proxy for Kujijing.
I just got a few questions in relation to the presentation by Janet Armstrong.
Okay.
In your findings there, when you reviewed the history of our treaty making process, there seems to be very, I guess, a deceitful way of or not even negotiations that happened. And also, there were some items that were negotiated in other treaties that were not pursued in Treaty Number 9. I think there's only four categories compared to Treaty 3, which had eight items that were included in their treaty. Is there a case where we can make in relation try to correct or ask for those items or those things that we wanted more clarification on, especially the items where there was vague assumptions made on their part in relation to land surrender, and also our positions being shared along. How can we proceed in addressing those differences in those areas? And also in our annuity. I think it was in Robertson hearing where there was an escalation clause that was made. Would that be applicable to our treaty somehow? So those are my questions that I would like to have some clarity on.
Miigwech, Frank. So thank you, Frank. Very important questions, actually some important discussion that we need to have. So right now we do have Dr. Armstrong, who is a researcher, I'll say historian, has a lot of the information and did a lot of research on the First Nations position and understanding of the treaty. Now, later on, we are going to hear from legal teams as well and lawyers. And I think that some of those questions you're asking are actually legal type questions. So I don't want to put Dr. Armstrong on the spot, but if you want to provide some comments, Dr. Armstrong, on those two specific questions, Frank. But even if we don't deal with that now, I think that'll come up later today and tomorrow. So really good questions. Dr. Armstrong.
Miigwech. Yeah, thank you very much for those questions. What I can tell you as a historian is the First Nation understanding of the terms of the treaty in both Treaties 5 and Treaty 9 based on the many interviews I've done over the decades, was far more extensive than what's in the written text of the treaty. It was a broad understanding of assistance, general assistance and protection. So I will leave it to the legal team to tell you about options, but as a historian, I would certainly bring to the court the information that the elders understood. Whatever was needed, that's what the understanding was. There was no exhaustive list of things, of items, specific items. That's why in my presentation, I was enforcing over and over again, the king wanted his people to be happy and prosperous. So it was up to anybody's interpretation what that meant. Given that repeated statement and the fact that a very important intergovernmental agreement was not even brought with the commissioners, I think we have to pay very serious attention to the oral understanding of the treaty. I'd like to add a little bit to that answer by saying, over the years, it's become very clear to me that this is an oral agreement. This is not a treaty based on the written word at all. The commissioners repeatedly state over and over again in both treaties 9 and 5 that what was interpreted is what was said, not what was written. In fact, I do not believe the actual parchment of the treaty was even shown to the people. So I'm giving you a very broad historical answer. I realize it might be frustrating, but what I'm trying to say is it's open to an interpretation. Lawyers will know better, but the oral agreement was that we would move forward together. In fact, I'm remembering a visit to Casablanca where the elders told me that the reserve was made in the shape of the Union Jack, the British flag, which had a big cross in the middle. And that was to reflect their understanding that they were receiving the Garden of Eden and they were moving forward together. It was understood in kinship terms. The crown was emphasizing the great white father would come to take care of the people. So that's a frustrating answer, but that's the best I can do as a historian.
Okay, Miigwech, thank you. So again, Frank, let's bring that up with the legal teams. So really good questions. Dr. Armstrong, I know before we took the break, there was a question online from one of the chiefs logged in on Zoom. Do you want to deal with that now, or do you want to continue on first?
I wondered if I could take just like 3 minutes to show you quickly the website I was trying to show earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think it's very important that people know that we're making everything available that we've got. Nan's been working on this stuff for decades. Hopefully I can share my screen properly. Hang on a minute. I can do this. Okay, so if you look over there, for example, I was talking about the St. Catharines milling case earlier. If you click on pre-treaty events, you can find all kinds of information about the St. Catharines milling case was also called the timber case. So if you go in, for example, this tab here, I've given a long description of what was argued before the courts. With all the proper citations, like as far as the presenting to the chiefs here, the research that we've done, you're going to find it all in these various citations. And the best thing about this website is that we can put in things like this. So for example, one of the lawyers arguing on behalf of the provincial crown was a guy named Mr. Blake. And right there is a quick link to his biography in the Dictionary of Canadian Biography. I don't know how to get out of that. Anyways, let me move this thing. because it's kind of, it's very detailed stuff that goes on in these court cases that it's really hard to summarize. But I also give the decision, and attached to these pages are the newspaper articles, like back in the day, the Globe article. So you and your students as well at school can go in and see McCarthy was the guy arguing for the Dominion. So this is a newspaper article that actually embodies his argument. Going back up to the top. One thing I wanted to mention about Treaty 9, you'll remember that in Treaty 3 and Treaty 5, treaty medals were given as well as suits for the chiefs. In Treaty 9, there was no treaty medal. Instead, several years after the treaty was made, they gave out a badge to the chiefs. This was the treaty badge. We can speculate that the reason there was no medal given out was because neither government would pay for it. But this badge was given after the treaty, and the chiefs were told, this is to give you authority amongst your people so that you can, like I said, prevent liquor and other things from entering the reserve. So anyways, that's all I wanted to show you guys. Where am I here? I think that's it.
Confirm, Dr. Armstrong, so that's on the NAN website, correct?
Yes.
Or there is a link on the NAN website. Okay, so if anybody wants to access that, sounds like it's a full library of resources on the NAN website that is available. I see a question, one of the chiefs online, Chief Wesley, you have your hand raised. Go ahead, Chief Wesley.
It's not really a question, but it's more commentary. Try and keep it short as possible. So the way I interpret this whole thing is the settlers or colonizers came in 1743. They started establishing settlements which required an understanding with the people that were already there. They wanted food, they wanted land, they wanted building materials, they wanted a way of life that would sustain them in this country. Knowing full well that there was people there that had an order of life, an established government processes. So we fast forward to the colonizers settling all across the nation. And they started setting up little governments, municipalities, et cetera, et cetera. And then in 1867, they set up the British North American Act. And that united the colonies and established federalism, created a new government, provided a framework for admitting other colonies, divided Canada into provinces, and established a legislature. I guess my question is in regards to Ontario and being part of Treaty Number 9. One of the things that alarming about that is they had a veto right on a relationship that was between the Crown and the people that were already there. How do you because essentially what happened was you kind of asked themselves, I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but I know most of you probably know where I'm going with this, is how did Ontario become a veto? Like they had a say in what was to happen. And my question earlier was around the issue of the court case, the building and lumber case, is that was without our consent. We didn't even know about it. So my question to you, Adam, was, as a lawyer, what can we do with that case? can it be revisited, even though it's been so many or 100 years or so? And then the question in my mind is, the government kind of said, "Whoa, wait a minute, we have to sign treaties in order to do that." And then somehow in that mix, Ontario became a government without our consent. And then they decided to be part of the treaty process in the whole mix. So how do you challenge that particular aspect? I guess is my question. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Wesley. So some really good commentary, but also a direct question. Janet Armstrong, I know I don't want to put you on the spot in regards to the question is how do we go back to St. Catharines Milling? Because when we listen to the details, when we watch the slide deck, even though I knew about St. Catharines Milling, when I heard it again, I mean, I get really angry at St. Catharines Milling. So the question I think Chief Wesley is asking is how do we go back to that? Can we appeal that? And so Janet, this is part of your presentation, but I think what I'm going to do also is when we're having the legal discussions, I'm going to put Amy on the spot to sort of, I know that wasn't part of the research or the presentation, but that might be part of the discussion that we will have is how would you go back to something like St. Catharines Milling that had such a detrimental effect on future cases, but also the treaties that were entered into following that. So very important. Dr. Armstrong, any comments on that?
Yeah, Miigwech, Chief, for the question. I'll stay away from any legal commentary and leave that for the lawyers. But the St. Catharines Milling case was revisited in the Supreme Court by the Treaty 3 Chief First Nations not that long ago, in the Keewatin case. And I'll let the lawyers explain what happened there. I don't even want to attempt to explain, but on a more positive note, in recent times, the federal crown has denounced this one of the premises that underlined the thinking of the settler government at the time was it was a concept called terra nullius, which meant in Latin empty land. That when they came to the British North American colony, the land was empty. Getting back to that notion that Aboriginal people could not possess land. You're just wandering around aimlessly. So they've denounced that. They've also, I believe, but I'll let the lawyers correct me. I believe they have denounced the concept of conquest through, well, I shouldn't even go there. But there has been some progress, very slow progress. With respect to how did Ontario get a veto, I've always wondered that myself because the Constitution or the British North America Act is very clear that it's the Dominion of Canada that has jurisdiction over Indians and lands reserved for Indians. But it goes back to this whole thing about whose land is it after a treaty is signed, or even before the treaty was signed. And Ontario was saying, you can't make a deal for our stuff, right? You can't go and cut a deal with the First Nations for our jurisdiction. So that's where the logic came in. And what you're asking, Chief Wesley, is exactly what Elijah Harper put the feather up for when Canada was trying to amend its British North America Act or repatriate the Constitution. How could this be done without First Nations participation? I can't answer that question except for that it just was. As a political scientist, I can't justify it because it's unjustifiable. So that's the best I can do.
Thank you. Miigwech. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. I don't see any other hands online in the room, nothing yet, but any comments or as part of finishing your presentation before we formally open it up for questions? Dr. Armstrong.
I think I'm finished. I could go on probably for a couple days.
I better cut you off then. No.
But I also wanted to let you know, if you talk to Andrew or Luke, not only did we do the website, but we have put together a curriculum guide so that teachers can just click on the links and it complies with the Ontario curriculum. Like we went through all the criteria, but it's using First Nations history instead of like in the math problems, we don't say how fast is the subway going, right? We'll use something that's real. So just please contact Luke and Andrew, because we've been working really hard over the last years to make this all available to everybody. And again, please, youth, please contact me if you need any assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. I was kidding. I wouldn't cut you off. I could listen to you for days talking about this very important discussions, and the fact that there are, like I said, two versions of the treaty. There's what's in the written text, but there's the real treaty, which is what was actually spoken, what was articulated, and what was agreed to. And the research justifies that there is a difference. And when we talk about our treaty, talking about our treaty rights and fighting for our treaty rights, that's what we're talking about. So I'm going to give it to Andrew.
Just on the expansion, when Canada wanted to expand out west, the Queen back in the day, there's a Rupert's Land and Northwestern Territory Order that the Queen attended personally, June 23rd, 1870. And under there, she, in order for that transference to happen with Rupert's Land, there was 15 terms and conditions. 14 says that any claims of Indians to compensate for lands required for the purpose of settlement. So when you look at that, what it means is that any lands that they acquired for building settlement, you're supposed to be compensated. Inland lands for Thunder Bay, Timmins, you're supposed to be compensated. Winnipeg, Alberta. The other thing says there, what they did was they went back and forth prior to that coming with an agreement. I always asked Dr. John Long about this, and I just recently, found it myself. So they were writing back and forth. And this is what Canada said prior to the transference. Resolved that upon transference of the territories in question to the Canadian government, it would be the duty of the government to make adequate provisions for the protections of the Indian tribes whose interests and well-being are involved in the transfer. And then you're asking something. How do we go forward? These are under the Canadian Constitution of 1982. If you look at the Canadian Constitution of 1982, Section 52, it's written there. It talks about schedules. These are the schedules here. So I just wanted to give you that information. It also at the back gave, this is how much the area acreage that the Hudson's Bay still retain, the back there. So if you want to look at your constitution, what do you have? You have Section 25, you have Section 35, now you have something under Section 52, I believe. But I just wanted to add that with you and leave that for your consideration as you're looking for options and strategies. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you, Andrew, for that. Any comments or questions, either online or here in the room, for Dr. Armstrong? I know there's much, much more information yet. Chief Wabas.
Hello, Wajia, bonjour. Hey, I got no what you got take, going you got take at the bar you got take. We not come to an Beban. I snuck a good in Aban. Nika good in Aban who Omagagi. Beban Gagi Paganigatek, page 14, actually page 10, Great Spirit and the Queen Guys Bigatek, Economic Demand. I get a snuggle and how the Kachugmakwe or Tanakinagan. It's going to sing. Egiag Anna, Egag, Gina, the Martin Shinok. You're a treaty Gianning, the Nokan. Maybe how to go be that, what the Nakinagan and Chugmakwe. And there's a funny guy sick. We don't know Kimitun, we're treaty Gayak, and the funny guy sick. Kikiwa Tomanaiwe, Nogum, Ontario, Babamza, Agmina Canada, Babamza, and the Paniag, you want to Toyank, you were treated a Kimayank, Chugamak, treated Gagus to it. We were always a good Taban here, and then stab him this. I got since the Tosha Jam Tuazok. I got just the mods when the guy good and we know us so up and again what happened now. We know we up and again what happened now when the treaty not committed. We know up and again what happened now. Constitution we got what thing guys quite good. I mean my kept and you know sharp and then gonna get to go. Okay, Mac. You make a constitution gang. Upon his one sick away treaty relationship with the imperial crown. Gong get one day asked no way megawatts and just none. I go, I didn't get to the day one here. Get to the day one here. QS can look one here. And Chinook, Nascots, Nunun, Chugamakwen, Otanakinagan, Nunun. She joined the Morgan, and in Angie Seguin, Canada. We know about any Nakon and Nakon March, Kakanagegun. Ego get again and I got up and go again treaties kayak and Umaki king. And then I got taken none. And it's an over to what gonna 2 nations Kayawat treaty or 10 nations Kayawat treaty. Kaya skin on the Mexico, on the Macan sick here. Yeah, Miigwech.
Ugumakan yue gam Hudaman. Ajigo Chigwan yue Ugumakwe, Utan Kinagan and Gag Pijan, Segotski Pijata Moat, on Ugumakwen. Egot Sanij Nagwak yue Gakidian, Eguamiwe on day 3. Miwe basic out doesn't Zigadik, Awegau Pijaj, Sharon Ven. Maar je go exchange tagus ga presentons ga natstons our Sharon Ven. Geni known gi and mamana ban hing Sandy Lake me got treaty commemoration ga tu ga dek 2010. Megat dogma kanunaban. Egoch miwen tunukan kagwe dewanan kchiha kagiawa juga gadazandaman. Ego Sharon Van Majugo stay ugagi kanodan yun. Ego Majugo exchintawawan kchihak yud Sandy Lake Kajagam Madasiog machine Majugo exchintawawan yun. Miwed nakahi is nano dagus jugas doesn't jigin. Ego das minen magawe exchiken das it's gonna get it. Ego das stay as a dungeon quadan yun as a buweskats. Egots nabihton bugod bisndoyak kawe UN kapindo dashnak. So just some comments that will come up, and I think that'll be a significant part of the presentation from Sharon Venn. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's unfortunate she's not able to be here till day 3, but that's a big part of her presentation. I know what I said in our language is our elders, when our elders listened to her, it sort of solidified their position all along. And it was because she's a lawyer, and she's a Cree lawyer from Alberta, and she was able to solidify what they had been saying all along. So we'll hear some of that. So, miigwech. Although I could, I probably won't translate everything that Chief Wava said. No, don't do it, he said. Although there are headsets that the people probably could have heard the simultaneous translation. Any more thoughts or comments for questions for Dr. Armstrong? I referred to the Treaty 5 commemoration that we had in 2010 in Sandy Lake, and Dr. Armstrong did a lot of research, and I know she very briefly only touched on the Treaty 5 aspect. I know that there are Treaty 5 communities that are here as part of this assembly, and Dr. Armstrong did a lot of research that really helped, again, solidify our position, what our elders have been saying. So, yeah, Chief Batiste.
Hello. Yeah, Chief Sonny Batiste from Metasman. Yeah, I got one question. Like when the treaties were signed, okay, and one of the First Nations was encompassed by Robertson Huron. Like the whole First Nation is in Robertson Huron treaty, but yet when that was signed, it was signed by Treaty 9. Is there any thoughts on that?
Dr. Armstrong?
Yes, I'm familiar with that situation. The whole question of treaty boundaries is something that's very tricky. My thoughts on that is that as an Aboriginal person with rights to that land, and rights isn't the right word, connection to that land, to your land, what the government of Canada calls it, Robertson Treaty, Treaty 9, Treaty 5, whatever, doesn't matter. It's your land, and you know what you know your area. So for example, Adams community is officially in Treaty 9 territory, if you look at a map, but he's Treaty 5. So these treaty boundaries are drawn by the settler governments. They disregard the ancestral nature of these lands. So my answer to that is your relationship to the land is always the same. When you're dealing with governments, your treaty rights stem from the actual parchment your elders signed. So I would just forget about what the maps look like, because there's anomalies all over the place. We at NAN we hired a guy, I can't remember what they're called, an official mapping guy. And he goes to the Canada's natural resources and whatever website and gets all their data and plots it, and come to find Pekenjicum is in Treaty 3, according to Canada's own data, even though it's Treaty 5. So my answer to that is your rights to the land are your rights to the land, and what the government calls it, I just would ignore.
So basically, what you're telling me then, our people, who's ever in Robinson Superior still has that right to hunt and fish in that territory as well then, basically?
I would tell you, you always have it, no matter what treaty area you're in, and I'll leave that for the lawyers. But if your ancestors signed Treaty 9, then you're considered a Treaty 9 member.
Yeah, but then again, Robinson Superior was signed before 1905, before Treaty 9 was, and they weren't included.
I can only say I don't think there's an answer to that issue. I think the answer is whatever is in your heart about your own land. That's
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chief Morris. You've got people talking to you both ends again.
Yeah. Me gainin wagajo Bijan Treaty as a senior kininoda. I got so to makanga that's some gamaji and my sabugo we done. Me was he kidon entauge matsona. Mountains ganam. Going to get you a discussion. I got me how I get you have an Barney guy that's Wakaya stuck. Matugang in Gikamago. She's a best in the man quick Sagakatuak. Mitsugo in the man as a gaining Hogaji Kitiana. We got to start renovation if we're going to use a term in housing the structure. Time to renovate. At the age of Jack, Gonaja, Numshaga, but Silk, Skiruski, Mikana, Gonaja, Nagok, Kubak, Yonaji. As I say, time to make new trails. Gigin Adam, Kinodon, the Saw, Isaac, Donua, Exotap, the Massian, Demichtamaga Treaty. Miga and Sharon Van Guy, Dagmagashknikot, as a Chico. And I don't think we can afford to lose this opportunity, if your heart is set in it. I think we should, as the new trail, we gotta tackle it. Why can't we go see the king? It's going to send a strong message to Canada, Ontario, if the delegation of 9 chiefs go visit the king. We have an Aboriginal person who's a Governor General. Tell her to set it up, and we keep pushing on that, and it's going to send a strong message that we're serious to see change. These things, where's ours? It should be simple what Grand Chief first started off, what he said. It wouldn't be a document, it would be just maybe half a page of what our members, our elders believed, what they heard, what they thought they agreed to. Since we always say those words, sun, the river, the grass, we always believe, we always use those terms. Let's document just that topic. At the Kutajuakwen, Mando Agushiga, Conino Juan Magisin, Wagakabiak, Ganshniak, Gigishi Gomen, Angage Matsiak, Onenoyak, Kegawent Kaneayak, Mega Gideon Weskets Gaitpan, Machino Note Niganigin Note Nugach, Mandono Gikanonogon, Ozam Shinok, 30,000 at the Swatch, a Jonik, 10,000 Kyokskak, Gabit Dozam Shinaginaganog, 300 Gitaswak, Mia. Mibejogain David, Stabenig in Excots, a Gazap Son Asnin, a Gotsogagin Wanabiak, Mando Gignamen, Creator Gdabastoman. Gignino Asme, Geniganatuak, who have magic about the McTreaty. Asen gevin aftugoosigi puut skougaabutaaguak kitsmasnaganigi aavastut segotskigioaskanamen tigioissuutamaajak mussahoe uhtuutamak koininaadagetsen kes maassessimin hietuutamak uinaaqtamunaajkamtugooseugumaun koinina tuji jasnakkumut naanokkiannakkumwassagaak kaustumun sagugeginuits Adgat sawe tugush kagas kananu dagzach Janet. We dab maganots koek kusibihiga dek chakak keginadam ke posge gustomen. Ci pemmen samak ci tebutamun wakye ke masnahamak. Egot ci maganoji sek awe uskimikana kakno ejinendak. Sagot sugutes sejbabi tuji bigupun koya bigupun disjakuda am to go so nagatstone ojo ismats when it's sone juj kamina join miamaj eanmak kabat stamunu koya ki jensina juj bigupun disjak which gaje hidage in zogaje sek jamas namak kede watamunam mando minigo nam gayget kitmen
Miigwech. So I'm looking around the room. Yep. I was going to summarize, but
Wajik Mr. So we are starting with our weapon, this in the house, and our robbers get man, Dusti. Kamahanina. I should watch Kitana Mutinano Mogegon. I should Tamagion. I should marry Gapasagurtano. I should miss it dog at the town Mogegon. Shagochmaga. I should distribute. I got both you most animal Homogegon. Tabu Magatamut Musataya Homogegon Agi. Niscomutinano Hoban Cashinus Sutemechmag Kamutishetano Monina Kutigina Hanote Mongabat Statana Kinana Bogate Monano Gabatin Ibanashi and the Maga Kistugamonete Kaistat the British Stugamo I'm going to get Tamaya Hoban Moninota. Agutandi shagot shitipinesi magakumanis kumaton, Christianis kumaton. Mesitagi behtana kamushumunok kokumunok pinishanus kishihauk. Egamisiako magiganga mutikatek. Kikitapustinano kitistawanano, speechinote binahikigona. Anehege gona shut the magiona, Kagishin is Rustimakinano, Kagimina Goyahupun. Mr. Don the Tanoma, Enino Kinano, Ashut the Magiona Magitiano, Kaskohon Gitiano, Gitiano Ginistunano, Chinano Tagisi, Keguana Kashit Pogosena Marie. Nigano and Shigama Niganos to Cabbage me want to sit. I should more animation agony bring a snag hit this town animatinagano table of Minapamatason. What's Kahegana? Monisman Hegatagonibana. Double gated to Nitugumahano. Kistugimiha the Statano, Mamma Boga the Statano, treat the Moik, and they get the skin agonic, Mr. Gistugumalk. Contibanach Kinoma got the Nan Gai Kuma at the scale. I should do this target tablet so now. Chinigan is to make a Magagon. Monobogon here. at the skin again to stay. May I not have to so now. Jimmy's the my get in the name nano. Cash no tabenek. Mr. Bogat the scanner at the skona. I want to make a tab to so now. Chichigabo stay, Chinotagas, Monian Hindanamotin, I should imagine, I should imagine, no distai, Kabishashike, and he got the manus comotona, business cadu tagatege. Moniana Magana Mutiman. Tosto, Otagai be Stauna, Nana Hogatistano. Gistenden Stanama, Giskenden Stanama. Shagomanus the Don Con Debena. Physical Bestana, the Tonoma, Con Debena. As you get the Magonano, Mr. Missing a Hagan Estagoke. Honestly, gonna to stay. Mr. Dobby Stipino, the basket the game ago. At the matter basket, it did. Tabush I got didn't know. Kuskohoni out. Shago Mago Gustugo Mauk, Cabamona Tabush the Mook. Mr. Tagarutimek, the basket again a bit the Satano. Monumentation agony. Kinano Guniputa. That's what I'm asking. I want all the people to stand up with the chiefs leading. Enough is enough. We need to actionize this treaty. It's time to take action and assert who we are. We need to take a stand, not community fighting for their own communities. This is our sovereignty we're talking about. This is our nationhood. We got to do better. Now is the time to do it. There's so much happening in our communities, in individual communities. At the end of the day, when it comes to land, housing, infrastructure, that's what we're still fighting for in a lot of these communities. And it shouldn't be like that today. It's time that we come together. I go to the king and tell him and make a statement. And we have to all go there. Not the executives, we have to go there as chiefs on behalf of our people, our members. Our members are suffering, our members are dying. The stats speaks for themselves. We can't continue to sit around the circle. We're just perpetuating the cycle ourselves. We need to position ourselves. And we have to take a stand together. If we're not, this is the time to do it. It's now or never. That's the way I feel. Minglish, Jaminglish, what you?
Migach, Chief Kustajan Matadawaban, thank you. Any more comments or questions? So while I'm waiting, please raise your hand. We'll have you recognized, but I am hearing some strong recommendations already, and I think this is where we wanted to head by day 3, come up with a plan. And I'm already hearing some things from Chief Morris, who talks about a new trail, but also a strong statement, or I don't know if you use the word declaration, but a strong statement of what the treaty really is. Because we know what the treaty is, what the real treaty. So a strong statement to that regard. Having said that, I think we also can look back to the 1977 Declaration of Grand Council Treaty Number 9, that some of that is already there, that some of that foundation is already there. But we need a statement to move forward. but it's got to be done properly, because what I'm also hearing from Chief Gustajan Metadwaban is we know it, it's in our hearts. The words come from our people, and it's in our hearts. And very important, I wrote this down, Gawin Dibnak. That's a word that my kids know. I always tell them, don't do things Dibnak. If you're going to do something, you have to do it right. So, yeah.
Chris Munias, I'm having a hard time speaking sometimes. Hey, the sage, I get a reaction whenever there's sage or so that's why sometimes I have to leave the room, and it kind of lingers throughout the day. I mean, I don't want to also be disrespectful again. To give it to the man. I don't want people to stop on an account of me. So that's why I don't say anything much. But I do have some reaction when there's sage being lit. So sometimes my voice or I get headaches. Anyway, I'll come from a different, perspective, again, from my community's perspective about treaty. Which is gaining, Gagi Piumbagyan, Gagi Demian, he talked about that a lot. And the treaty, Egawika Jubagad Namang, Egawika Nahinga, Nejmashkawik Tawangago, to stand strong with our treaty rights. So again, as an individual, I speak a lot of that, for, we got treaty, inherited rights, and title. And those are the main things that we speak, and about our land, Dakimanan, and them away, they got Dakamigazang. And we've been on February 1, 1995, you have a boil water advisory, and February 1, 2025 was 30 years already. We had our boil water advisory still to this day. It hasn't been lifted. And those are some of the effects. About, it's like we don't have any rights. It seems like we're not human. That's the way it seems like. When I get asked how does Nishkanaga feel when it hasn't been, when we're living under a 30-year boil water advisory, we get asked that a lot, and Mr. Good, and there's a connection to our treaty rights. Like we're not allowing development in our territory because of the fact that our treaty rights continue to be ignored, and we're trying to protect it, and our title to the land and our the environment, we have to protect our source water, so those are things that that's our that's basically the main of our position is every year every year up north there's a guarantee that a child will go home in a coffin going to high school. Where's that treaty right to get educated in our communities? I took home a child last year, two youth last year during the winter that we had to bring them home, and because they're pursuing education. And almost every year, almost every month, I bring an elder home in a coffin. Oh, I got this sick, and not only in Shikanaga, but I see it in other communities, that it's almost, they got to go every week ago, now Shkadas because of those, there's no facilities or there's no infrastructure in our communities. And that's where they belong, you know. Even myself as a parent, I raised my adopted daughter, since she was 3 years old, and she basically left when she was 13 to pursue education. And that's the last time she was in my house. That's the last time I felt like I was a parent. Because she went on to finish high school, and she went on to college, and she went on to have her own life. So it's not fair for us, as that we should be able to keep our children at our homes. We should watch them. We should be able to watch them grow. And even our food, we don't have food security, you know. As we get going, taken. Got to go with taken measurement. You know, those things. When we're talking about treaties, it's not being honored. You know, how do we before me? I mean, again, they were talk that we need to have some sort of a statement. We need to have a strategy. Not to rush. And we need a strong statement as this nation, as our nations, standing together. We need to do that. And again, I would support something like that. And I encourage to continue those discussions, not only this year, but we need to keep on having those discussions. Migach,
thank you. Chief Loon.
Bonjour. Merle Dijinkas. My name is Merle. I'm Chief of Mishkio. Jibo Juman Manganshnaba. Inge Zagan Dominandan in Undoego, Gomakan again Shabe much. Minanish wake up meet doing Gigomaka and Kinshnabe Ingstigo. He mean a woman in Anishia, Digi saying, gone jing, Beb kind told Jim. Nagatenda Ganiga is the Denamagon, Chagamakan, and when I said Denam's church, doing Shabamacha Gamakanya. Music and Nagatenda, Nick Shaganigam Gagibmasan marking. Chabor Gimakanya, Gigan Makanishna, Bakminani Shagiji, Denamagon, Mino Chistia, Chabo Gimakanya, Chabo Giansigo, Miej began. Gigo, Gijan Gosigo. Panstashka Gian, Gigamarkan, just Bogian, I think in the nugget that I would have John Denham shot and reached and shot and make to begin. As you get go tossing toss, Gigamarkan. Ashpejka na nagatan gemakan, where skitki gemakan, Roy Komnoski skazo. Kega mine Nishtana, who won't send the Gagi gemakan epan. Westishki and dandum. P. Yag na nagachigate, or na nagatic, or Tishanjigate, where 3D9 Gatsigatek. Und maak niet ken ook ik bij je maar jot maar ook king kijk when daar is jot me going to go in federal government provincial government me nanish me ga in anything we maak kan dis jot and by what that means to me is that people that think they are rulers of this land. I had this conversation with Grand Chief, and I've had this conversation with other chiefs during my tenure as a chief in the last 16 months. Jabo gwet met tons na bek te wie George ka on jien ge go kak. Yak. Mak ka on jien se ak kchiak. Wish is on den go bejen kchiak ge to. Ni je den ni bnas kak su. Mi no ye gen open dinta. Yeah, Treaty 9 can open the thing. Let's break it down. I just can't get my stay going, yeah, right from day one, or even before they showed up. So it just relates back to this is more of a comment or just again support with the comments that have been made prior to me speaking, and I'm very honored to be given the opportunity to speak. And I think about Treaty 9, and I've been thinking about it for some time now since I became chief, only because of elders that approached me to start thinking about it. And I didn't know exactly why they would talk to me like that, but they did ask me to come home and start thinking about it. Because of where the treaty was signed, because it was signed in our territory, right at our point where there's a fishing lodge there now. I made some visits there over there past 16 months. Not necessarily to visit the lodge that's there now, just to go and think about the day that this treaty was signed on that point. And I often wonder what Chief Masabe was thinking when he was signing that document, not knowing what this document's all about. And we just heard today how that document was created, or the treaty was created before it even got to there. And I often wonder about Masabe. That's what I call a little piece of paper. And asked to sign on behalf of Treaty 9. Did he know what he was saying? Most likely not. Because when you think about that time period or that point, I'd like to think that he was thinking about his people around his area when he signed that document, the way it was presented, not knowing this is the end result today. So, I guess my point is this, I've been asking the Creator lots really to kind of really show me and guide me and tell me, or at least give me a sign of when the right time is to ask the chiefs to come and talk about Treaty 9. Truly talk about Treaty 9 and what that really has done to our nations. Or what it was supposed to be intended for. Obviously, it wasn't the case really. I mean, we still struggle in our communities. We all hear it all the time. I hear it all the time. And I think the last couple of weeks for me was what really affected me in the last couple of weeks. We had this 10-year-old commit suicide right after Christmas, and that really kind of knocked me down to the ground and really asked why am I really chief here? But I think that's a question that we all need to ask ourselves here, because there was two chiefs that were envisioned before this, I think, was ever made, before we ever got colonized, or whatever the words you want to use. because that's what we use. The colonial system always get often referred to as you're just an Indian Act chief. Before you were Indian Act chiefs, we had warrior chiefs and we had leader chiefs. I think we're at a crossroads. We have to decide if we want to be a warrior chief now. And I think when it comes to my role as chief, that's what an elder told me. We wanted you to come back now to be a warrior chief. And I encourage everybody to be that way now, because we're leader chiefs, yes. Sometimes you guys switch your hat and be a warrior chief. And I really support what Chief Donnie Morris said, that, yeah, let's all, whoever's going to make it there, to go and talk to the king. Because that's what it was, the original intended purpose of all these treaties was from the king. Mia Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you. So I know, looking at the agenda, we're way over, but it's important not to end the discussion, because we're having a really good discussion. That's what this is all about. And we will have continued discussion over the next 3 days. So a lot of discussion tomorrow and then on day 3 as well. But we do have the presentation coming up and on some of the legal court cases going through the system, I'll say. So I don't see any other questions. Dr. Armstrong is still online. I don't see any other questions, but I don't know if Dr. Armstrong, if you are providing your number, people can, or your contact information. If you have questions for Dr. Armstrong, you can reach out through Luke and Andrew. Luke was here somewhere. Oh, he's in the back, yeah. If you have further questions, and she's very, very glad to speak with you and the communities, yeah. Chief Gineska.
Bonjour, miigwech. Miigwech kitten. Bruce had Gineska is the Kaz Macan Martin Falls First Nation. Quajanang the Kadaman Au King the Kadaman Kadunjiang. I want to say miigwech for the discussion and talk today, and I wanted to go back with the Matua chiefs and their letter to NAN on treaty, the importance of treaty and advocacy of treaty that we so dearly need for our First Nations under our umbrella of NAN, Anishinaabe Nation, as once called Treaty Number 9 originally. The roots of that organization and how it came to be, and how our forefathers and our past leaders had envisioned how to work together on these sacred agreements, covenants that we made with the government of the day, the Crown. So it's important for us to see how we can move ahead. That's the important thing. For our First Nation, we've already been impacted by development, and I'm not talking about any mining development or anything like that, but mostly water development, and as other First Nations also have been impacted by water development, infrastructure development. So, we come to think about it today that, how our lives have come and unfolded, how the future generations, present and future generations' lives become unfolded, have unfolded to where we are now. And a lot of times we don't see a good life in our communities for our youth, our future generations. And that's why I think that we fight today for, better things, a better life for our communities, and we do it as chiefs, but we rarely do it as chiefs together. And I think that has to change for the betterment of our First Nations, as we are all under the same treaty, the same relationship with the settler government. And want to acknowledge persons like Dr. Janet Armstrong and a whole host of other, like Dr. John Long and others, and also our elders, our past leaders in Anishinaabe, who have done a lot of advocacy for our people. But it's up to us, to where we want to go today with these issues, with the treaty relationship we have with the Crown. And at a time when the governments are pushing further into our lands, wanting to extract those resources. We always look back and say, where do they have the authority to do that? We have our own authority also to gather using our own ideas and our own beliefs in what that treaty relationship was and should be. And today, it's not a great relationship. It's one of a power imbalance. And I say that today because I know, because I've dealt with it like all the other chiefs and councils have dealt with working with governments. When they have a last say on community initiatives and say no to you, because they control that relationship. And that's not what the treaty relationship meant for our people. It meant a sharing of the lands and resources. It didn't mean our people were going to be powerless when a lower level bureaucrat said, no, you're not entitled to that, even though we are, to medicines, to services, to infrastructure, to buildings, school buildings. I had to declare a state of emergency on education a few years ago, yet the treaty document says that our First Nations are entitled to those buildings and that infrastructure and those services. So we really need to evaluate, where we want to go, what our future generations are, where they want to go, and what they should be getting in terms of the benefits that are promised in the treaty. So I think we have to keep moving forward. But I just wanted to say a few comments on this. Thank you.
Miigwech. Thank you, Chief Chinibeneskam. So with that, I don't see any other hands raised. No more discussion. I'm sure we will continue the discussion throughout the next 2 days. So with that, looking around again. I'm going to turn to Dr. Armstrong. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have any final comments.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm very honored, and I do not want to be around for the legal stuff, but I'm available, like you said, on another way.
Very good, very good. So I think you're welcome to stay on as part of, if we go in camera, you can stay on if you're available, so you can stay on and be part of the discussion. So, Chief Adjutant Niscom, we've wrapped up that portion, but you did reference a letter to the NAN executive, so I'm going to ask Grand Chief Fiddler sort of to provide some comment on that letter.
Hello, amigos. I just want to just say thank you and acknowledge your words, your feedback to the discussion and the presentation that was given by Luke and his team and also Dr. Armstrong. I think we were able to start to formulate some sort of a plan moving forward. And that was one of the reasons behind this conference that we're having to talk about the treaty. Because we all know why NAN was created over 50 years ago. Its primary mandate then and now is to uphold the treaty. And I appreciate the correspondence from Ottawa asking us, what are you doing to fulfill your mandate? And it's a bit difficult at times for the NAN executive, for NAN as a political territorial organization, to take action on some of these items, because our mandate comes from you, Chiefs Assembly, through resolutions. And I'm always careful to not be seen as interfering on your affairs, on your issues and your cases that you're bringing forward. But if there is a direction given for NAN to have a role on any of these cases, then that's what we will follow. That will be our mandate. That's the direction that you will give us, and you will hear some of those issues and those cases later on today and tomorrow. And I think the way we've tried to frame the agenda is for you, first of all, to be given all this information, for you to be given enough time and space for the leadership to have a discussion, and from there to begin to formulate some sort of a plan and the mandate back to NAN as an organization. So that is one of the objectives of this meeting this week, is for us to define and give direction to NAN as a political territorial organization, as an advocacy organization. So that was the letter that Chief Hatzibescam is referring to, and we responded to that, and as part of the preparation for this conference this week. So I'm hopeful that with all the information that we will share with you and the discussion that you will have, that by the end of the day, on day 3, that we will be able to see for ourselves what that pathway looks like for all of us. You know, the pathway that Chief Morris talked about, and what will be some of the action items from that plan, including exploring this idea of sending a delegation from the Anishinaabe Basque Nation to overseas, to England, to have an audience with the king, because that is when our ancestors signed the treaty. They didn't sign it with Ontario or Canada. They signed it with a queen. And so I think we need to go back to that and reestablish that relationship. That's what I understood your comments to be this afternoon, and that's something that we will have to pursue moving forward. So, Miguel.
Miguel, Grand Chief, for those comments. So, a couple of things. It's almost 3 o'clock, so we are a little bit behind on our agenda, but it was important to have this discussion. We're not going to rush. As Chief Sylvia Kustadjan said, Kawan Debenak. Kawan Debenak. We got to do things properly. Sometimes that means taking some extra time to do it properly. But what I'm going to suggest is we take a break, a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. Before we take the break, just a reminder, Chiefs, there is a special Chiefs Assembly coming up February the 25th. So it's very important, Chiefs, if you can make yourself available. It's dealing with the final agreement for the long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services. So again, that's the, I don't know how far I want to go, but it's a Chiefs of Ontario on the 26th, and it's NAN on the 25th. So it's 2 days, 1 day of NAN, 1 day of Chiefs of Ontario. It's very important. This is the final, it was previously the final settlement agreement, but this is the final settled agreement for Ontario. So if you can see the registration booth out front, apparently flights are getting filled up, or Tamara was here, yeah, Tamara's over here. Just go see Tamara just to confirm your attendance, and they can book your flight. So it's really important that we are there so that you can make the decision and then also participate in the Chiefs of Ontario session. So just a quick reminder. So with that, it's 3 o'clock. I want to do something real quick. The next sessions are dealing with legal cases, and it's important to go in camera because we are dealing with privileged information, but also litigation and also strategy. So we will need to go in camera. We are going to ask any government officials, government staff, industry, or media to not participate. And because of that, unfortunately, we have to turn off the live feed so that they cannot participate and listen to the discussion. Everybody else can stay. If you're a member of a NAN First Nation, you can stay. Anybody that's here, anybody else can stay. So what I'm going to ask is, before we break, can I have a motion, just a formality motion to go in camera? Okay, we got a mover, seconder, thank you. Any opposition? I see none, so we'll go in camera right after the break. So we'll be back. Oh yeah, NAN is paying for the travel for that special Chiefs Assembly. So go see them, they'll book your flights, they'll take care of everything. So we'll be back in 15 minutes, and all those sessions will be in camera. Yeah, you got you. Thank you. Is it your notes? All right, welcome back, everyone.